Realizing the vision and the strategy, right? Now, Paul talked about synergy from the ground up. Team said, what does it look like if we're trying to run both traditional cloud native applications in the same environment with a lean operational focus and with high scale and enterprise class reliability and these kinds of things. That's what Synergy is designed to go do. It's designed to be the first composable platform. Now, what's interesting about composability in my mind, and we'll talk a little bit more about this, is that composability extends beyond kind of our current thinking about that. So it extends beyond just a pool of compute or storage or network resources and this ability to templatize a kind of a recipe of configuration provisioning to a particular application. As we move into this more data-centric world, into this more memory-centric world, we're going to want to compose memory. We're going to want to have memory pools. We're going to want to be able to then say, would you please assemble me the right amount of compute, storage, fabric, and memory to run this particular application in the most cost-efficient and effective manner. And with the work that Paul and his team are doing, and place that, workload over here, because that's the best place for it from a criteria that I've set in terms of maybe security, availability, and the financial aspects of that. So composability, again, is something that isn't a static thing. Potentially it's a dynamic thing that extends throughout our product line and will continue to grow in both its capabilities, but also its intelligence, if I can say that, right, to be able to knock down some of these operational cost issues and some of these. We got our hands on a Synergy platform was, I was responsible for 4 of our data centers around the world who were supporting our R&D developers, our software developers. And we have probably more software developers than we have hardware developers in a software-defined company like ourselves. And so one of the things they were having is a build time problem. Hey, I'm using virtual machines. We're an ESX shop. I'm building every whatever, and trying to make my deadlines and innovate fast. And one of the bottlenecks was build times. And so we said, well, let's take a Synergy. Okay, you're already running some VMs on there. Let's bring in Docker. Let's bring in containerization. Let's bring in a DevOps pipeline. Okay, that cut the build times down by 50% just by moving to a Docker-oriented containerization orientation. So it's an example of saying, okay, well, I'm doing it this way. That's fine. I can do that, sometimes. But then I'm also interested in some of these new kind of ways to do things. Hyper Converged 380 and the SimpliVity capability. The thing I was doing at CBIT was talking about our SimpliVity acquisition and the power of that. And as Paul said, we've got the 380, which is all about this notion of simplicity, right? An IT generalist can bring that thing up in 15 minutes and start doing VM vending to a developer or to a line of business or those kinds of things. SimpliVity, all about rich data services, integration of backup and disaster recovery, and these kinds of things. When you bring those two together, you're going to have just a fabulous set of technologies that at its core are what people are looking for, which is enterprise-rich data services combined with a simplicity that allows me to deliver a leaner operational footprint within my organization. I ask customers all the time, I say, wouldn't you like to have a hyper-converged experience for all your infrastructure? In other words, don't you want simple for all your infrastructure? Don't you want software-defined for all your infrastructure? Don't you want rich data services for all your infrastructure? And so again, today we put these things into different segments and boxes, right? But the core technology, right, will allow us over time to really knock down some of the core issues that customers have that are barriers to agility, barriers to financial, and the like. Edgeline is our platform for edge of the network computation, right? Interesting. How many people have looked at Edgeline? Yeah? Edgeline's very interesting because the observation that was made a couple of years ago when we were looking at this was that for many applications, you're going to need to do analytics, machine learning at the edge. What kind of applications are those? Those are applications where you've got a lot of data, okay, and you need a more real-time response. You're not going to send all that data to the cloud for crunching. You're going to try to respond to an outage, to a predictive maintenance thing, to a particular issue that you might have on the factory floor in a more real-time space, right? So Edgeline was really designed from the ground up, both its gateway capabilities and its computational capabilities, to really think about computing outside of the data center in more harsh environments, in different types of environments for a variety of different use cases, right? Building management, hospitals, industrial types of applications. And the early adopters of Edgeline are really interesting. A company that has, a couple of hundred manufacturing, but think about threading those capabilities across our entire infrastructure product line. So these are the kind of thinking that we're doing. And then the machine, right, which is our research effort in HP Labs to reimagine the fundamental architecture of computing and to drive that reimagining into productization over the next few years. I mentioned the fact that over the last 40 years, what we've really been architecting with the von Neumann architecture is a processor-centric architecture, right? Memory was always limited, right? It was always limited. And it was always slow. And so we had these multiple tiers of storage and memory. As a software developer, it's kind of like, man, this sure is a hassle shuttling data between the hot and the safe, right? Sure, a lot of energy involved in shuttling from the hot and the safe. And so if we can move to a solid state world of storage class memory where we can use load store operations and we can use block file or object operations to basically optimize our applications and the usage of those applications, that is going to be a really interesting world. One of the observations I think that was made a couple of years ago, and which is starting to prove true, is that Moore's Law is slowing down. The industry is now searching for what is the next architecture, right, that is going to be adopted broadly to carry us further down the line of better, faster, cheaper, and these kinds of things. That architecture is in memory computing, okay? It's memory-driven computing. It's thinking about this as a new architecture for the next 10 years. And so you're going to see that transition happen over the next 3 to 5 years. It's going to be very exciting because it's going to open up entirely new applications, and I'll talk about that. Paul also talked about our notion that we don't have to do this all ourselves. As we said that we're kind of going to refocus the company around software-defined infrastructure, hybrid IT, and the edge. The question that many customers have is, well, yeah, but what about analytics, or what about security, or what about this or that, enterprise services and these kinds of things? Well, part of the opportunity that we see is that we're a partnering company. We're a partnering company with our channels, with our ISV partners, with our customers, and the like. And a lot of these partnerships are very, very deep and very, very wide. We are, of course, a very deep partner of Microsoft and a very deep partner on their Azure platform as they bring that into focus both from a private but also a public perspective. Docker, a very deep and meaningful partnership with those guys because we believe that the future of composability is bare metal, VMs, and containerization. And containerization particularly speaks to this notion of agility and microservices, right? And that ability to be able to sort of process data, okay, without the overhead and the cost of those virtualization environments. You think about virtualization as replicating the entire machine, right? That costs a lot of money and it creates some bottlenecks with regard to performance. And so you're going to see a greater adoption of containerization, the orchestration of containerization with Kubernetes and Mesosphere. VMware is still going to be a core partner of ours because you'll wrap containers in virtual machines until containers get the comfort level from customers that they're secure enough and performant enough to scale to all their application requirements. SAP, Chef, Puppet, Ansible, the operational technology leaders, General Electric, National Instruments. National Instruments has an entire community that programs, okay, for these industrial applications that can take information from sensors, machine to machine kinds of capabilities, and their capabilities with our capabilities are helping to solve some new problems. Arista, software-defined networking, right? And the Arista partnership's an interesting one because it's one of these capabilities that is allowing us to go into a customer account and talk about networking from a new approach and from an approach that I think is paying dividends when we think about Cisco. Okay, Cisco tried and has subsequently failed to take Arista to task on their IP lawsuits. Okay, so that's freed up Arista, and they're becoming a very, very important partner as a scality on object. And then, of course, the enterprise spins of enterprise services and CSC to create that new DXC company, and then Micro Focus. So we do a lot of organic. We don't have to do it all, so we have some deep and very significant both go-to-market and IP integration technology partnerships. Do some targeted acquisitions and some portfolio optimizations. Paul.
So Paul had mentioned SUSE, and then by omission, I'm assuming it's buried in Helion and maybe SUSE, you didn't say OpenStack once. So in terms of your investment in operating frameworks, it seems mostly focused here on Azure and then the container stuff going forward. Is OpenStack kind of done? What's happening there?
No, OpenStack is not done at all. I think that we'll sell OpenStack as part of Cloud System, right?
Right.
Okay. And Cloud System is very, very important. It's a very big business for us, and it's very important to many of our customers. We will sell OpenStack as a hybrid solution, particularly for customers who say, well, I want some private and I want some public through a service provider or the like. And we'll sell OpenStack as just a software-only capability through our Point Next capabilities, right, for particular customers. So OpenStack is not by any stretch of the imagination done. The observation that we have is that it's going to be a multi-cloud environment, and that OpenStack will play a very significant part in that, but so will Azure, so will Amazon, so will some of the other players in the marketplace.
I was at DockerCon yesterday at Tech Field Day Extra, and the topic of OpenStack came up. And the thought there was that somebody said it was dead. I don't think it's dead, but doesn't get the attention that it used to.
Right.
And it's sort of beginning to be de-emphasized. And I think to his point, by omission here, it looks like it's being de-emphasized a little bit in favor of what are probably more emerging and more important technologies for the future.
Okay.
OpenStack, I mean, that's my take as well.
Yeah.
It seems like a stopgap more than anything.
That's good feedback. I think we need to, make sure that we continue to highlight it because it is still a significant part of our hybrid IT environment. It's a very significant part of our Cloud 28 partners that we've been assembling and the like. And so, and optics are important in these kinds of regards. And I do think that OpenStack it has gone through the hype cycle, if you will, for sure, right?
And trough of disillusionment is not necessarily a bad thing if it gives that productivity afterwards.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Totally get it.
It's got to get out of the trough.
It has to emerge from the trough, right?
Yeah.
And there's some skepticism whether that'll happen. I think, as with any trough of disillusionment, right? Is it gonna hockey stick back up, or is it gonna kind of just level out at some level? And I don't know the answer to that. I do know that it is somewhat of a sign of, as you say, maturity, right? It's no longer this unicorn out here. It is now a more mainstream a cloud platform for a variety of different customers. But then the question becomes how much OpenStack versus how much Azure versus how much this versus how much that. And I can't answer that question.
Yeah, I would actually caution against trying to emphasize it or bring it back. I think the
Emphasification.
Thank you.
Easy for him to say, right?
Yeah. I actually think that's consistent with what's happening in the marketplace.
Agreed.
Last week Intel pulled their funding for
Okay.
OpenStack, and they were one of the early supporters of it. I think the reality is, with that maturity, people are starting to realize where OpenStack fits and where it doesn't.
Good point, yeah.
And the initial thought was OpenStack is the VMware killer, and it's going to do everything for you, including sliced bread. And the reality is that isn't where it fits.
Right.
It has a very narrow band of use cases that it works well for, and not for everything else. And there's a lot of other solutions that are coming up in the wings very, very quickly that are going to even supplant that.
I think that's a very good statement, because I think that, like when we talk to our telecommunication customers, right, that are competing with the Googles and the Amazons and people like that, OpenStack's still a pretty popular platform because they can take control of that in a way that allows them for high scale.
But I think that
like
that niche that I was referring to is a very narrow band of use cases, and they are one of those potential customers with a potential use case that fits in that band.
That's right.
It's not everything within a telco, but yes, there are
No.
aspects
It's
that
not
do make
everything.
sense.
But telco customers, some of the service provider customers, some people who fundamentally don't want to be locked into an Azure or to an Amazon or some of those kinds of things. So I agree with you 100%, both the maturity comment and on the notion of it's more of a targeted use case, if you will, than broad. And many people thought it was going to take over the world, if you will, or something like
So you're
that.
saying that that HPE is now targeting very, very specific use cases for OpenStack?
We have been for quite a while, right?
Okay.
We have been for quite a while. Now, cloud system, right, is probably the most used private cloud platform in the world today. Okay, and our Helion cloud system at its fundamentals is OpenStack APIs and those kinds of things, but they're curated and these kinds of things. So that's a more broad application of OpenStack. But we've, for many years, quite frankly, when you think about the pure software play of OpenStack, we've been targeting specific types and profiles of customers, as you said, who kind of have that interest and a set of criteria in mind when they're looking at standing up their particular IT as a service capability.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to not emphasize OpenStack over other things, because we are talking hybrid IT. We are talking about lots of different pieces to build a solution. Working with, you don't want to walk in there and just assume this is going to be an OpenStack play and start selling OpenStack in there, when really what they need is Azure Stack, or they need Mesosphere. They need something else in place where with APIs and everything, it may be a mix of those different technologies. So I also like the focus of away from OpenStack for the reasons mentioned, but also for reasons of hybrid IT is a bunch of different things. It's not any one technology.
But it's glaring by omission, especially with the recent, and part of the recent pullback in funding is it's on the 15th Rev O, which they named Okta 15. Okta doesn't really fit, but it's fairly mature now. It's starting to stabilize, doesn't need all that early investment. The problem is when you don't mention it at all, it feels like it's pulling back a little bit too, right?
Yeah, no, I think all those comments are very helpful because I think that one of the things that customers and partners are continuing to tune in on is, okay, well, you guys have made a lot of changes. You've made a lot of acquisitions. You've spun some significant parts of the organization, and so where are you? And what do you stand for? And is OpenStack, or your version of OpenStack, Helion, and some of these kinds of things, is that still important to you? Because it's important to me. Right. And so if they don't see it on the slide, they say, well, wait a minute, that's important to me, right? Yeah. And those kinds of things. So those are all good comments. And I think the other comment, which is don't overemphasize it, because it's one of a lot of different alternatives for what I think of as my tool chest to get me to hybrid IT, right? It's not the answer. It's part of an answer for some set of customers. I think it's also a very good point.
Hey, Mark, just quickly, you've got 10 minutes.
Okay.
To
keep rolling.
Well, I kind of like what you're doing here. I don't want to foreshorten what you've got, but 10 minutes.
Okay. question.
Maybe this is getting in front of where you were going, but getting back to that cognitive capability for driving automation, scale, security, and so forth across this big hairball of IT. So if you take that to sort of a logical conclusion of the organization that enables that best does very well. But it's not just how well you do it, it's from sort of what vantage point you come at it from. And what might be something that you wouldn't apply it to for competitive reasons. So for example, AWS is obviously thinking along these same lines, but the way in which they enable cognitive capabilities within a cloud might be geared towards optimizing their own cloud for their own margin and bottom line.
Right.
Not necessarily enabling their customers to do multi-cloud the best, or be tailored and customized to their own specific enterprise and goals, be it digital business, be it OT, be it whatever. So isn't there sort of a ability for HPE to be in a rather advantageous position if you fulfill the capability of a cognitive approach to computing, because they're looking at it through the vantage point of what's best for the customer in a hybrid environment, rather than what's as good as we can give to the customer without subverting our own internal business model?
Well, I think I come at cognitive computing with a history. So I spent about 8 years in the first AI boom and bust, working on expert systems, natural language, speaker-independent natural language, voice recognition, and these kinds of things. And that was all rule-based stuff, right? And we had this big boom, and then we had this big bust, right? Which is the tradition in AI for the last 40 years, right? The thing that's probably changed about artificial intelligence is maybe a couple of things, right? We now have the computation scale out and the memory capabilities to really make some huge strides. And then, the whole issue of neural networks and deep learning neural networks are starting to become very performant in specific narrow domains, right? Specific narrow domains. So what's interesting to me is that as these technologies of machine learning and deep learning mature, we're going to thread those technologies in our applications, in our automation tooling. We're going to open up huge opportunities for us to sell into training, right? If you're trying to train your models, train your dragons, if you will, okay? Huge amount of horsepower that's required there. If you're trying to execute that model in real time, then in-memory computing is becoming really important. And so for me, the renaissance in AI opens up enormous new opportunities, both for a company like us, but also enormous opportunities for customers. It's very similar to my mind. The other thing that I'm following right now is blockchain, right? And both of these technologies are starting to mature and have the potential to open up entirely new opportunities for applications, for customers, for cost avoidance, for all these kinds of things. So I'm personally excited, but I don't want to overhype it. I went through that, quite a few years ago, and we're still in the very early stages of figuring out where the best opportunities to apply machine learning are, both within our product lines, right? Okay, and in relationship to customers.
Well, it just seems to me that everything you've been saying so far jives with what I've been thinking for a while, which is that solving this IT complexity problem is the killer app or use case for AI, and machine learning and deep learning.
It's one of them for sure.
It's certainly a prominent one. If you can solve it there and learn along the way, well, then you can apply it.
Yes.
It's not only one of the best killer apps, it should be a prominent early killer app in order to enable much greater other.
Well, and take Aruba, right? So Aruba, what are they doing, right? They have to secure mobile devices and future IoT systems, right, from a profile and identity perspective, right? Now, they've used some existing technologies to do that, but the new kid on the block there is machine learning, deep learning capabilities. That's why we acquired this company called Niera, right? So I can do behavioral analytics, profiling, and these types of things. And so it's an example of us basically saying, well, one of the key problems with IoT is the security of the endpoint, right? And that needs to be beyond, sort of rule-based systems or existing identity management kinds of solutions, and we need to start throwing machine learning, deep learning capabilities in that as we scale the number of endpoints under management, under security, and these kinds of things, right? So that's an early example of us actually injecting that right into our product line. Okay? All right. You've seen a lot of our acquisitions. He's going to give me the boot here in a minute, so I'm going to quickly move forward. And then, of course, the portfolio optimizations. Kind of stepping back, saying the industry is going to change dramatically over the next 3 to 5 years. We need to get more agile, more focused, more software defined, and sort of really, really help our customers as they adopt some of these emerging and new technologies, right? So you see sort of the new Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, about $28 billion. You see that we just completed the spin out of DXC Technologies, about $25 billion, and then the future spin out of Software and Micro Focus at $4.5 million. With my remaining couple of minutes, I just want to touch on some of the real strategic areas we're working on. Area number one, right, is the right system for the right workload. What we've moved toward is saying for our compute, our storage, our networking, we fundamentally want to do a certain amount of shared engineering on core capabilities across, let's say, our ProLiant line or across our storage lines. But we also want to be very segment specific with regard to requirements. The requirements that you have for your core enterprise in terms of virtualization, containerization, very different than what you're doing in your transaction systems and in some of your in-memory systems. Very different from high-performance computing. We acquired SGI, so what? We could continue our leadership in high-performance computing, but so that we can extend that to the exascale. We just won a very, very significant government contract that we'll be announcing probably, in a month or something like that. And it was all around next-generation exascale computing. There's very few companies in the world who can bring together the technologies, the high-performance networking, the high bandwidth fabrics, the capabilities for next-generation kinds of exascale computing. We're one of those companies. Storage and big data. You've seen the acquisitions of SimpliVity. You've seen the acquisitions of Nimble. So what you see us basically betting on, right, is rich software-defined storage and data resources, and what? All flash moving to storage class memory, right? Next is the right mixed accelerated innovation. So as Paul just talked about, the notion that not only are these going to continue to be important areas of focus, but as we move along here, right, we're going to be able to pick up the lessons learned from convergence, right? That the thing needs to work as a dynamic system, that it needs to be very simple and performant so that I spend less time in operations, more time on innovation, and that I start to treat all of my resources within a data center, my compute, my fabric, my storage resources as pools, right, that I can assemble to meet the requirements of a particular application, that I can lean out in terms of resource capacity, that I can understand the financial implications of placing a workload in public, in private, and the like, and those types of things. In a world where everything computes, right? Everything is being instrumented, everything is being connected. We're working with a couple of the smart car, driverless car kind of companies in Germany today. And what's interesting about that is the dynamic of who in the right mind would have thought 5 years ago that maybe Apple Computing would get into the car business, right? That's still speculation of will they or won't they, right? But what you see, right, is more computational power being built into these next generation vehicles than you'd find in a traditional data center in some regards.
Now apparently it's health sensors like diabetes,
Absolutely.
real-time feedback loop.
Yeah, yeah. And all this stuff used to be science fiction, but it's now starting to be reality, and that's very, very interesting. And it's very interesting for mobile applications, very interesting for wide area applications, very interesting for industrial applications. I mentioned the industrial application with the plants around the world. And the other thing that they told us, which I thought was very interesting, is they don't want to deal with all these edge devices. They want edge as a service, right? They want edge as a service, which means I plug that edge device into the internet, it brings down its software stack, it's ready to roll with maybe some machine learning models or some analytic models that it can analyze the data with. You've got to think about data management. You've got to think about security. These are things right within our wheelhouse, and so we see a huge opportunity to provide computation, analytics, action at the edge, but also the management between that edge and that core, which we are very, very good at in terms of backup, recovery, data management, and these kinds of things. And then placing data at the center of the digital enterprise. How many folks have looked at our machine technology and those kinds of things? One of the things that's happening, I think, in the industry is for probably many years, we've been kind of working in this with HP Labs for probably 8 to 10 years or something like that, right? And of course, we've been working heavily with Intel on their movement from overclocked things and the limits that Moore's Law placed on that toward multi-core kinds of environments and system on a chip requirements, and now acceleration on package and all those kinds of technologies. We've been working with AMD on that. We've been working with ARM on that in the background as different people have different choices. We've been working on photonics and making photonics simple, performant, and able to meet price points as we move from 25 gig to 56 gig. And so Synergy is plumb for photonics, right? And we're readying now as the industry moves to higher bandwidths to move data around more quickly. We're readying the mainstreaming of photonics and silicon photonics over the next few years. And then storage class memory, persistent memory. In our Gen 9s, we have persistent memory. In our Gen 10s, which will be coming out later this year, we'll have more persistent memory. We'll have huge memory systems this year, somewhere in the order of 96 terabytes of memory. The types of applications you can do in genomics and in other graph analytics and other areas like this, and the work that we've done saying this is very, very valuable stuff. When I can put my entire data set into memory, okay, I can do some amazingly interesting things. We're working in a area called risk analytics with some of the financial institutions, where I can take the entire risk model that I built and run that in memory. If you know anything about risk analytics, there's two issues. How long does it take you to calculate the risk for a derivative or something like that? That's one issue. The other issue is how accurate is the model, right? And the more runs you have on Monte Carlo simulation, the more accurate you are. The more runs you have in a deep learning training, the more accurate you are. So in-memory computing, okay, and memory-driven computing is going to be increasingly important. And then finally, we set up and have been a core leader in the Gen Z consortium, which is about fabric-attached memory, so that as storage class memory, which we would define as somewhere in the 400 nanosecond range, starts to become available in 18, 19, and 20, so that I can not only do block, file, and object, but I can do load store operations, right? The fabric is going to be increasingly important. And so fabric attached memory will be, I'll give you a little hint. Look at Synergy today. I can compose compute, storage, networking. Well, why wouldn't I just put a bunch of solid state memory into a frame or into our Big Bird storage cabinet, okay? Quarter of a petabyte or whatever it might be, and then use OneView to assign out of that pool of memory the right memory for a particular processor and a particular application. That's coming to a set of systems near you. Now, it's not just HP that's working on this. So over the next year, 2 years, you're going to see the rest of the industry start to move toward storage class memory, photonics, and this memory-driven computing. We just happen to have been very, very focused on this particular effort and enabling the industry. Our next step is to show a demonstration of that here pretty soon. That'll be a 40-node system with about 1/4 of a petabyte of memory, okay? And again, running large graph analysis types of applications, computing things that were just about, impossible to do with either a scale-up or even a scale-out system in the future. So I look at the future of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, what we're doing on hybrid IT, what we're doing on intelligent edge, as real opportunities to help move our customers into a place where they want to go, which is more real-time, more software-defined, more analytics and data-driven, okay, in a world where everything computes and where we are delivering these IT services across these different modalities.
What about moving away from more serial processing, the traditional approach, to a more parallel type of approach?
Yeah, well, that's happening too, and it's been happening quite a lot. But the problem, what you're talking about is an issue that the industry's been struggling with since we kind of ended the ability to move to higher clock speeds, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. We went to multi-core and then many-core, right? And the issue that I think the industry still has to solve is a programming issue in how do you program for this scale-out multi-core sort of environment so that you get the efficiencies that you need. That will continue, right? That will continue.
Hasn't some of that really already been solved?
Some of it.
When you talk about video and you talk about some of the graphical aspects, that's always kind of been done
but
parallel.
Those are what we call embarrassingly parallel applications to begin with. In other words, I have a 1,000-node system. For each of those 1,000 nodes, I can compute a part of the job, and then I can bring those back together, okay? Right. And that's an embarrassingly parallel system. Right. The problem is that your standard programmer, not your rocket science programmer, but your standard programmer, is not really good with parallelization, and the tooling is still maturing to be able to deliver that in a simple, straightforward way. And not all applications lend themselves to sort of independent computation, right?
Right. So I understand that problem.
Yeah.
I was just curious because the way you were talking, it sounded more of a focus on that serialized type of processing as opposed to moving more toward a parallel approach, which becomes more of a requirement when you get to bigger data sets and you start thinking about AI and all of the
here's the thing
that come on top of that.
In this world right here, where we're doing multi-core and we've got the system on a chips locked into memory, right? Mm-hmm. There's only so much memory you can put, connected to the processor today. And there's only so much you can do either from a scale-up perspective, right, which is hold everything in memory and make it coherent, or be able to scale out in a non-coherent way, embarrassingly parallel way, right? Where the industry is going to go next so they can drive increasing performance, increasing power utilization and the like, is they're going to go away from this architecture into basically saying, I've got a petabyte of memory in a pool with a high-performance memory fabric that talks load store, okay? And I can hang on that set of memory, I can hang any kind of processor that I want. If I'm doing deep learning, I want a bunch of NVIDIA GPUs. If I'm doing high performance embarrassing parallel computing stuff, then I want fast MPI message passing and those kinds of things. If I want coherency, total coherency, because it's a transaction application, but it's a huge one, then I want 96 terabytes of coherent memory. Or I might, if it's graph analytics, I might want a combination of coherency and non-coherency. I'm more of a NUMA architecture, but I need 1/4 of a petabyte because I want to load that data center in and operate in a load store manner. And so this is something that is a sea change for architectures, both for storage and for compute, that is happening right now. You'll see products in the market in the 2019, 2020 perspective, but even in the 2017 and 18 perspective, you'll see persistent memory, big memory, and maybe in 19 you'll see composable memory kinds of solutions enter the marketplace. Okay? Yes, one more question, then he's going to kick me out.
Yep.
Yeah, just a quickie. You mentioned blockchain. How does blockchain apply to what we've been talking about, particularly multi-cloud? With limited understanding of blockchain, I'm guessing something like a universal configuration management database in a ledger that's independent of any cloud or platform or vendor that you could then run apps and services and compose them, or is that way off base? What do you use blockchain for?
Well, blockchain, I don't think we've even scratched the surface on what you can use blockchain for. I think that when we talk to our financial customers, they're looking at how do I take cost out and increase the velocity of my transaction systems for settlements and for cash and these kinds of things. And they're all investing in POCs and these kinds of things. If you talk to some of our kind of Internet of Things customers or some of our enterprise customers, it's all about the supply chain. I want to be able to have a smart ledger between all my suppliers. It's going to be a private blockchain. And then I want to be able to, again, lower my transaction costs, no central authority, but still safe, secure, and these kinds of things. So what is so interesting, and I was on the phone yesterday with a startup, and they were going to use blockchain for electronic voting and verification of voting. Okay, which I thought was a really cool application. So my answer to you is anywhere that you use transactions and you require trust and verification, smart ledger technology is going to be part of that equation. Gartner,
But are you applying that back into the computing problems like multi-cloud and applications that don't have a home that you want to have fungibility with, or services?
Not yet. I think that, like many in the industry, we're still learning about both the maturity of blockchain. Okay, and if you look at blockchain, there's probably 70 different startups out there today, but there's not like a Coke, Pepsi, and a Royal Crown Cola. The industry hasn't consolidated much, and so it's still very early days. But to your point, using blockchain technologies for trust in a multi-cloud environment, particularly for consumption modeling, okay, could be a really interesting opportunity, right? And it's on our radar screen, but we're not. That's maybe for another day and another year to talk about that.
Could be a lock-in killer.
Yeah, absolutely. And both our conversation around analytics and deep learning, our conversations about blockchain, point to enormous opportunities, but also the need to mature those technologies, right, in a kind of a hype cycle way, like we always do, and that'll just take time. Okay, listen, guys, thank you so much for the conversation. Appreciate the comments; those were very helpful. And if you need any follow up or whatever, I'm happy to do that. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Bob.
Good to see you guys.
Okay, guys, got a break. Jason Newton, I think that's the promise, right?
I see what you did there.
We're gonna.
Can this be streamed?
This is okay.
It's your confidential thing, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I sort of grabbed a template. I wasn't paying attention to that part, but yeah, I think we're okay. Rosetta Stone of hybrid IT, the language that we use, just so that you guys can understand what we think we mean when we say certain things. And we can discuss this and sort of, are we aligned in the way that we're thinking about this? So I think the first one is just a simple, what is hybrid IT? We think of it as it's the traditional current environment of applications. It's your private clouds, whether in your data center or a data center that is hosted for you. But the idea is that, a significant amount of control over the architecture of that cloud, and then your public cloud, and that could be, infrastructure as a service, pay as you consume, the great, $97 billion server rental market that is the public cloud. Could be SaaS, software as a service. And those together make up what we think of as hybrid IT. Okay? Core belief is that we believe the world will be hybrid, that all of the various applications and workloads and data that have been talked about by Paul and Mark today, bringing those together, putting those to work for your enterprise. Every enterprise is going to be leveraging this mix of hybrid. It'll be some things in a data center that you control. It'll be some things consumed as a service. It'll be sitting in a variety of clouds. But I think it's important that as a core belief that the opposite is that we do not believe that the cloud's going to eat the world, that everything's going to just live in Amazon and we're just going to go on down the road. And that's a difference, a point of view of, I think, what a lot of the common narrative is out in the marketplace. The problem that we solve is that we believe that the hybrid world is complex, that there's a lot of challenges in doing all this stuff. I think Mark dug into a lot of those in the previous call, and there's a lot of work to do to solve that and to make that easy to manage, to secure, to optimize across all of the diverse ways that you're consuming and bringing together various workloads to run your business. Our strategy, big part of our strategy that we repeat again and again is we're here to make IT simple. It's not simple today. We're on a journey to make it simple. And then last, answering how do we do that? How do we propose to do that? And I'd say, if you look at what we're saying in the marketplace, there's kind of three key elements. Number one is helping customers to define their right mix. The idea that across all of this stuff for what they're trying to get done, every single company is going to have a unique profile of the way that they choose to deploy and consume their applications and workloads. And this is where Point Next comes in, plays a huge role in helping our customers to take a look at their current environment, make smart choices about which apps should stay, which apps should end of life, which might be candidates to be replaced, to be consumed as a service, et cetera, et cetera. But getting a baseline to that and then being able to keep that baseline optimized as things change going forward, that right mix is really important. And right mix is kind of you saw it in Mark's presentation. I mean, it's kind of a key message, and the way that we go against the kind of the conventional wisdom that everything's going to be in a public cloud, and that's the idea that you're really going to need a right mix of things to be successful, whether that be a right mix of data and analytics or ways that you consume or services that you provide. And then, so the second area how we do that, how are we going to make hybrid IT simple, is by building on software-defined infrastructure. So this is where all of the roadmap work and effort that we're doing, again, you just saw a lot of the technical detail of it, that ideally what we need to do is build a bridge from that current environment to that multi-cloud future, and to simplify how that I can build and compose and manage that environment and provide consistent policies and governance and controls and security across that hybrid environment is essentially where we're going. That's why we're doing the investments in synergy. That's why we're making acquisitions such as with SimpliVity and Nimble to be the leaders in software-defined infrastructure. I think ultimately that is the foundation upon which we're going to build everything. And then the third element that we think is critical is to simplify hybrid IT is to enable flexible consumption and delivery models. That everything from enabling pay-as-you-go, pay-as-you-grow, a variety of different financial tools, depending on what kind of outcome that you're trying to drive for your business. It could also be providing a lot of control, but yet with a highly customized cloud environment that you don't have to manage or whatever. That's truly delivered as a service, such as through an HPE service provider partner. So those three elements coming together are kind of the keys of how we're going to do that. So I thought this would be just a good place to start the story, and so you understand when we say certain things in the marketplace, this is what we mean and this is what we're talking about. So I'm going to kind of pause there and kind of see if there's any questions or thoughts or feedback on what I just said.
Well, what's missing?
Or what's missing.
At a high level, this is a very understandable story. We should be saying it louder.
Okay. Is it clear and simple? Is it believable? Is it resonant?
Yeah. Okay. I think I found it really refreshing when I started here at HPE talk about the hybrid IT, and not just hybrid cloud, but hybrid IT, because
Right.
it is, customers. I've had lots of customers over the years that were just traditional IT, and when cloud first started becoming a thing, I would sit down with several of them that were the bigger ones, and I'd be like, okay, so let's talk about cloud. And we would spend an hour going through all of the value props that VMware and others had laid out for what building a cloud was like. And this is pre-AWS me and trying to rule the world. And every time they're like, we provision fast enough, we don't have enough churn, we don't need to give our end users access to create their own workloads, that kind of stuff. So I'm like, I don't see any need for any of this. I'm like, I don't see a need for you either if you're comfortable with everything you got going on here. But yet then we're getting into this mode where a public cloud plus traditional IT is the mode a lot of customers are looking at doing, because they don't want to build and maintain a private cloud locally. They just want to keep doing like they're doing and be able to, whether it's more of a logical burst or there's just certain things they just don't want to deal with it. The only thing I guess I'm not sure if you include in public clouds is what about the application platform as a service type stuff is the piece that sometimes gets
For
not
sure.
talked about as much.
Like a Workday or a
Salesforce.
Salesforce, absolutely. Yeah, part of the mix.
This seems like more of a hedge-minded thinking that companies do that maybe IT departments don't do. IT departments might be thinking tech, whatever the best speeds and feeds, price, performance. But in a more complex world, you need to be thinking about nationalism, thinking about maybe limited nuclear exchanges in the Asian continent, where you need to run your business and you need to have hedges in place to be able to run that business no matter what.
Right.
The unknown unknowns.
Right.
So to think that you're just going to all put everything in a public cloud and kiss all of your skills and knowledge and tribal knowledge and culture about IT away, if I were in the front office, I would let that.
Yeah, and that's why I want to have this discussion with you guys, because you're sort of in the middle of the conversation and you see where it's going. And maybe I'm hypersensitive to it as sort of in marketing, but I feel like, every Google search I do, every article I see is basically pushing the notion that, it's the CIO of the day or CEO of the day that sort of stands up and says, in 5 years, we'll be totally in the public cloud. I'm like, no, you won't. You can keep saying, but I don't see anybody disagreeing with them. I don't see any, maybe it's just people shaking their head quietly in the corner, but, there just seems to be so much conventional wisdom, momentum behind the idea that everything's going to go to the public cloud.
This is a very complex, unprecedented, dynamic world we're living in.
Yeah.
And in a perfect world where everything goes smoothly and all the laws are kept and all the wars are small and limited and the dictators don't mess up borders, public cloud makes tremendous sense. In a complex, messy world where geopolitics issues
I like that.
come to bear, you want to have hedges in place, and the cost of the data center now, and the size of the data center, and the facilities required, and the skills required, you'd be a fool not to have a private cloud backup at just about everything.
And even with your point before about, what you just made, about, all things being perfect, everything being in a public cloud, but that's assuming just the geopolitical situation is perfect.
As well, those earthquakes.
You've also got all this legacy crap that's coming along with it. And even new crap, that's coming along with it. Where latency matters and, data locality, not in the nationalistic sense, but in the application latency sense, and things like that matter. So, when I cringe when I hear people say everything's going to the public cloud, because and I used the phrase a few weeks ago on something I was doing. I said that's never going to happen. Maybe never is too strong a word, but not in our lifetimes. There's going to be a data center presence for lots and lots of reasons.
If you were a chief risk officer, why would you have all of your business tech capability in someone else's organization?
Because your CFO told you to. That's the only reason.
The CFO, but the risk
exactly.
officer and the CEO, the people who are accountable for the whole totality of the business, I think see things differently.
Agreed.
The term hybrid IT, we've done some research. The preferred term is sort of hybrid cloud. Hybrid IT, we did a quid search sort of survey on it. It looks like it's all clustered around, that's our term really right now. Are you seeing that term extend, being used by others at all? And is it necessarily a good term?
I don't like the term hybrid cloud for the reason I think that you're alluding to before, which the implication is that it's a private cloud and a public cloud, and most organizations, even if they think they do, they don't have a private cloud.
Yes.
And so
I have
it muddies the
virtualization,
water.
therefore I have cloud.
Right, so it muddies the water and confuses people. The other piece where I've heard this, not necessarily directly, but the Gartner Mode 1, Mode 2, when they talk about, that's the other definition of hybrid IT I've seen, where you've got to support, all the stuff you've done before and all the stuff that's coming down the pike.
Right.
That could probably fit into this a little bit, but that might be the only confusing point. But I prefer this much over hybrid cloud for a lot of reasons.
Multi-cloud does the job better to me, and then hybrid IT. The two of those are good.
Okay. And one thing I just we get wrapped around hybrid IT and sort of sometimes it gets communicated out in the wrong way as if we necessarily sell hybrid IT or buy our hybrid IT. Hybrid IT, in our point of view, is sort of an approach to the way that you're going to source and deliver services to your business. You're going to have a mix of those things, and the key is we need to make that more simple. And so what we're actually really in the business of selling is our solutions on software-defined infrastructure. And is that logical and makes sense to you as well? Okay.
Is there another term that you've heard? I've asked the question, I just want to bring it back, make sure we covered everything.
I'll just echo what I've heard is the hybrid, when people talk about hybrid cloud, they don't understand yet, in general, that it's a business model and not a product. And that's part of what your challenge is for hybrid IT is that, it's not just a mix of products, but it's a mix of business model and process and flexibility.
Yes.
Right, and that's not part of that context for hybrid yet. I think it needs a lot of work. In terms of the rest of the message, I think it's actually this is a very simple, easily digestible, and that whole make hybrid IT simple. Once you define hybrid IT, it's a great message. Okay, I like what's up here. It's just trying to find that other term is difficult.
And the term is going to be fluid too, right? So this isn't the end state of computing.
Right.
There's going to be other things after this, but this is good for the current time and period in thinking. I mean, ultimately, based on some of the stuff we saw earlier, pools of fungible resources programmatically managed by an algorithm.
Yeah.
That's not hybrid IT, but we're getting there.
Fungible on demand.
It's software-defined infrastructure taken to its nth degree.
One of the other terms that's gaining a lot of traction, it seems, is enterprise cloud, although that has somewhat different connotations. But that's another term that it could be, you might be able to put the definitions side by side and see how they match up.
What about private cloud?
No, because it locks too much out.
I agree. Is that a term that you feel like is...
people don't know what it means.
So we've moved on.
Actually, no, we haven't moved on. It's that there's different vendors are using the word differently for their own purposes.
Marketing people have ruined the term cloud.
Yes.
That's really what it boils down to.
And many customers don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
They assume that they have virtualization, therefore they have private cloud.
Yeah.
And it completely muddies the waters to the point that it's useless as a term.
We tried to do a survey around cloud storage stuff for a client. It was a freaking disaster the first run. It wasn't for you. It was for someone else.
We saw some of that.
But yeah, we had the same thing with yours too.
How so?
People don't know what cloud means. They as soon as they
give
hear
them
the
Web
definitions.
services meant. Even when we moved past
Yeah.
that, they never really got that.
they see the term private cloud and immediately think Amazon. Even though it's
Or
not.
virtualization.
Or virtualization.
That's like the two extremes.
Yeah.
And
They don't
therefore
know what it
everything in
means.
between.
So that's the problem I have with the term enterprise cloud too, and it's like I have trouble understanding what the difference between hybrid cloud and enterprise cloud are sometimes. But
We're stuck with them,
we're what?
though. We're kind of stuck with private cloud.
So, as you say that, I think back to my old history in storage, like in the early 2000s, vendors were throwing around the term virtualization, storage virtualization, and it confused the hell out of everybody because everybody had a different definition for what it was. But it came around and people now understand what virtualization is. I mean, are you really suggesting that you throw the word cloud out because the term has been absconded and it is meaningless, or do we try and get people to understand
I
what
don't think
cloud means?
I don't think we're promoting that we should get rid of it. It's just that it's such a difficult loaded term that it's just going to be painful to use. I think it's the right term. I think we would all agree with that, but how it's defined, how it's used is just weird right now. It's the awkward teenage
Well, I know
years.
5 years ago I refused to use it because I saw this
Yeah.
kind of like this bastard.
Cloud.
And I would the word cloud. People were just like killing it. It's like everybody was doing something cloud. So a storage vendor, they had a direct attached storage array, was calling it, this is a cloud storage. So give me a break.
If I could just make a suggestion, is that you have an opportunity as Microsoft launches Azure Stack this summer, okay? I think the industry has an opportunity to actually pin down a definition of private cloud.
Yeah.
Okay, that it's a short window, and if you miss it, it'll never happen. Okay, but that will help everyone, all of the potential buyers, get their heads around what do we really mean when we say private cloud.
So the new idea of private cloud has to be a private cloud that can move to a public cloud if you choose to do so.
Yes, yes, and that gets out of the VM. I have virtualization, therefore I have cloud. That's not private cloud.
And Azure Stack gives you a chance to.
Yes, it's a very well-defined instance, pushing into the market with good partnerships that you can actually take and show an example, concrete example you can buy now, very well partitioned, take advantage of it. Okay, that'll help induce clarity.
Of all the things, is it more important for us to talk about software-defined infrastructure versus hybrid IT or private cloud?
Software-defined infrastructure, even worse.
Yeah, it's worse.
Really?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, people have decided. I mean, when I do speaking engagements, I joke with people about software-defined toasters. I mean, the idea is that just because there's software, I don't mean the software-defined now. I mean, if you want to take software-defined to an extreme, we've had software-defined from the mainframe era. Because mainframes ran on software, therefore they were software-defined. That's what people don't understand. They don't understand that there's an abstraction taking place and things like that. They just hear there's software-defined and they lose sight of what it really means.
And even for those people that do understand it, they're going to be a fairly sophisticated, limited IT crowd.
Yeah.
You want a broader constituency to understand these terms because their business decision makers are ultimately going to decide.
Well, and
the funding.
And that leads to a very broad issue that I see that HPE has, and I'm coming at this as someone who's been a customer, someone who's been a partner, someone who's been a competitor, and someone who happens to now be onboarding into HPE through the Spurlock acquisition, is that, and all apologies to many friends that I have in this, is that the HPE field is used to selling speeds and feeds and boxes. And this is a complete 180. And you could talk to us about it all day long, and we can blog about it till the end of time. But the actual customers and CIOs and architects that are buying the technology and implementing this, as much as we like to think we could reach everybody in the world, we don't. And it's going to come down to your field. What? Yeah, sorry, Scott. Now put it in a dummies book, and everybody will see.
Yeah, right.
You should pay that guy a lot of money too. But it's transforming the sales force may actually be the even bigger problem than trying to transform the customer's mindset, because they're ultimately the ones that are going to help customers figure out these pivots.
Yeah, we agree, and huge investments there, and we know that we've got a huge shift to make, and what they understand. And, honestly, the first thing is stuff like this that's just super simple, right?
Well, it's a good stepping stone. The hybrid IT is nebulous enough, but it's not too technical.
I mean, at a minimum, at least we can all use it the same way and be on the same page when we speak to customers, and we can argue the edges, but, the core of it's right. So,
and the one thing I would say is that's the advantage of using your own term. Is that you get to define what that term actually is and what it actually means, where there's so much confusion around everything else.
So this is sort of the hybrid IT level message. I'm just going to pop up a level, sort of the way that we think about, the bigger corporate message, and just something to kind of transition to the next kind of round of feedback or dialogue I'd like to have with you guys, is that I think at our core, when we talk about the world will be hybrid, et cetera, I think there's also this belief that that we hold that we do think central IT can transform itself and deliver a better experience than what they can get what they're doing today or what they can consume from a public cloud. And so this really strong, fervent belief that with the new technologies that are here today, SimpliVity, great example, those that are coming, that there's huge opportunity for central IT to come back to the table, if you will, in this conversation of digital transformation, of business transformation, and be able to deliver the right platforms that enable that. And so as we this is something you're kind of testing with you guys, the way that we think about kind of the messaging architecture is that what businesses ultimately want is to deliver the right outcome. And Paul, I think to your point, the notion that the right outcome is often a financial outcome that they're trying to engineer, they're trying to achieve, right? And we keep hearing the same patterns of it's either help me transform my customer experience, the way that I engage my customers, take friction out of that process. That's the whole JPMC mortgage chase versus Rocket Mortgage, right? How do I use technology to deliver a mortgage quote to somebody in 2 hours when JPMC takes 2 weeks to 2 months, that kind of thing, right? How do I make the shopping experience going to Target as seamless and frictionless as it is for me to hit the buy button on Amazon, right? These are things that every single industry, every single company is thinking about. We see patterns of help me transform the product and service that I have. Help me use technology to do that in fundamental different ways. If I'm a doorbell manufacturer, well, I can't just sell doorbells that go ding anymore. I've got to sell a doorknob that, or I have to think about, do I need to, a doorknob that's Wi-Fi connected, that has, a camera that is part security device. So help me transform as a traditional manufacturer, the new types of products that I need. Or John Deere, who doesn't want to sell tractors, they want to sell the agricultural outcome. Help me build data services around the tractor and charge like a cloud. So every industry, every company is thinking of that. And then the last one is we see all the time outcomes that they're looking for are operational outcomes. If it's like a railroad, one of the railroad companies we worked with, help us to instrument the rail cars and the tracks so that we can, first try to get goods from faster to A and B, because that's worth millions of dollars for us to do that. And then let's use those same sensors to listen for vibrations that are happening, and which tell us that there's potentially a rail that's going to fail, and that might lead to a derailment. So I can dispatch a maintenance crew to go fix that. This is an example. Or an unnamed airline, I would have named him, but I'm not going to name him now, who said, hey, help me enable what we're doing outside the gate operations so that we can ensure that, that gate's ready and the thing comes out and the luggage guys are there to pick it up, and that's really helped them to reduce their downtime. So, using technology to improve that operation. Or it could be, there's a plethora, but these are the types of outcomes that they're looking for. And a lot of times there's an idea that they have, and to achieve that idea is a set of experiments, right? I can't just go all in and kind of buy $50 million of equipment, IT equipment, to get this thing up and running to see if it's I need to start small. I need to test it out. I may fail several times, and then I want to scale and grow. So that's kind of the thing that we look at. And I say, okay, based on that, there's kind of two elements that you're really going to need to put around that outcome. One is for work with a vendor that can provide the right experience, the right sort of support, the right expertise. And I think the key in this is, the right financial model, the right consumption models to enable the various projects that your business is wanting to get done. We could have the greatest technology in the world, but if we can't enable you to get started quickly and minimize your risk, then it doesn't really happen. And this is one of the huge reasons that I think that people go to the public cloud today, is that I can whip out a credit card, I can get started today. There's no commitment if I fail and leave tomorrow, right? I really minimize my risk. So this is a huge focus in our message and our what we can do today, is that with every single one of these solutions, and Mark even mentioned edge as a service, right? The idea that I even want to look at how I'm instrumenting the Internet of Things in a similar way that I might consume cloud services today. So big area of focus for us in enabling that. It's also, no company's going to be able to do all this by themselves. This whole, where we're going is a team sport effort. And so having partners that are part of an ecosystem that can bring those together and curate those. really, really important into solutions aimed at your business, aimed at your industry. These are all part of ensuring that you're kind of enabling you to deliver the right experience to your business. Right? And then the last part of it is the right mix. The right mix of hybrid IT, the right mix of IoT and mobility sort of solutions based on what industry you're in, the right mix of the data and analytics foundations that you're going to need to bring together. This is kind of the formula, right, that we talk about. And so every time when we go into, and you'll see a lot more of this on the main stage of Discover if you attend, and going forward, that this is kind of a repeatable thing. You can look at every single customer that we've done, and there was an outcome they were looking to achieve. There's a particular aspect of the experience that was critical for them to get started that we brought to bear, and then there was a mix that was involved. So I just kind of wanted to share this with you, because again, in the spirit of trying to simplify and clarify who we are as a company and the types of things that we do in a very simple way, without taglines and whatever, which there'll be creatives, there'll be all kinds of glossy stuff, but sort of the core. The way we think about how we present ourselves to customers. This is at the high level, and you can kind of see now where hybrid IT fits in that broader narrative.
So you want feedback?
Yes, please.
So first, the thing I really like is that mitigate risk. I think that's a big part of what people are missing about the next generation of IT, is that you need to emphasize to the business side of the house, this is the best way to minimize your risk and remain an ongoing, viable, functioning concern.
Yep.
Right? If you were an insurance company, you'd have an actuarial table that would show you a graph of where hybrid IT fits from all legacy to all public cloud, and somewhere on there is where you want to be based on your company, your age, and your health, or something like that.
Yep.
That's what I really like. I would check the premise of the first line. Did you believe that central IT can deliver? Well, central IT hasn't been able to deliver, so why would we want to continue to give them the keys to the kingdom? I think the whole company needs to be part of digital transformation.
Sure.
And I think HPE wants to be part of appealing to the entire company, not just the IT department.
I agree, and I actually put this headline on here this morning. Let me explain a little bit more kind of what I was thinking. Was that it's not so much that we're going to give central IT the keys to the kingdom, but I think today they're very much for good reasons. They put the no in innovation. They're sort of viewed as the team that has been the problem. I guess we have seen examples of our customers' central IT departments changing, and it's more about being part of the solution, getting a seat at the table, being a part of the broader solution, versus being relegated to just caretakers of the systems of record, and making sure they sweep up the floor around those things, once a month. I think that there's more potential with technologies that we're bringing to market that they can, if they can change. Process-wise, operationally, culturally, we've got the right technologies that they can meet or exceed anything that their business believes they can get in a public cloud. So that was more the intent, that I think they could do better, and we want to champion them.
IT gives me
okay, yeah, because it's line of business IT as well. I mean, it's that the line is blurring. It's technology, everything's embedded with some sort of technology and data and analytics. There's if you're in business, you're in IT, you need to be tech savvy going forward, right?
The whole company needs to be digitally transforming, not just waiting for the IT department to do it for them.
Yep.
It's a couple things. One is that I understand why you say central IT here, because you got to sell to somebody in the organization. And that's ultimately going to be generally central IT. But second, it depends. I mean, that's probably going to change over time too. But if you're in an larger enterprise scenario, absolutely, very pervasive. When you get an SMB mid-market though, that's where it's at.
Yeah.
And there's far more of those than there are large enterprises. So I can totally see where central IT would be workable.
But aren't the small and medium-sized businesses more likely the ones that want to outsource IT altogether and get into a public cloud?
No, not necessarily. No.
So to that point, I think some of the problem comes in there with accountability and the amount of time that it takes to get responsiveness from your service provider. You can have the best SLAs in the world, but your service provider are not your people. And your people are always going to be more attentive, able to give you the updates and those kinds of things. So I think to his point, in the mid-market, there's still a desire to add more people on it. And for an HPE perspective, he's right. You're selling to someone right now that central IT department.
When you market to somebody and then you sell to somebody, you shouldn't mix the two up. Right?
Yeah, but even,
Well, and that's part of why I think we're trying to bring outcomes into the front of our message and our story more, because this is, we can get really enamored with our hardware, right? And I'm like, number one, that exists to run this app, and this app exists to deliver this outcome, right? So this is part of that re-shifting in education of the sales force as well, right? That we're not selling infrastructure for the sake of infrastructure.
But back to his point, central IT has failed so many organizations.
yes, it has.
And you've got to find organizations that are willing to change, wanting to change,
Agree.
and transform before this becomes relevant.
Yes.
It's. I was going to say, I can't remember. Never mind. Probably wasn't important anyway.
I was just going to offer that, the questions you're asking are somewhat interesting, but I think you're not addressing the elephant in the room, which actually two elephants in the room. One is understanding what your customers, both existing customers and potential customers, are going through. The reality, not the hypothetical, not the conceptual, not the motherhood and apple pie, but talk to people who are actually living it.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to people who are actually working with those people and understand the nuances of it.
Mm-hmm.
Until you do that, this conversation is going to be relatively useless.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going to be theory. The second piece is the second elephant in the room is you have to address the HPE culture.
Mm-hmm.
The HPE culture, top to bottom, is features and feeds. It's not about outcomes. It's not about understanding truly those business pieces. And until you address those two pieces, I think you're.
Yeah, I think
you could probably spend your time doing much more useful things.
Yeah, no.
Candid.
I think the second one, that I think marketing for the last couple of years has really been, I think, out in front in trying to steer, the organization, the culture, in a different direction. I think, the work when we were sort of the megacorp, before the spin merges, the focus on the transformation areas, I think, was a huge pivot. And one of the first times that we really shifted people from talking about our company in terms of the way that we're organized to, the realities of what customers are actually dealing with and the challenges they're facing and the ways that we can bring kind of the net effect of our value together to store that. So we've taken those lessons and we're moving those forward. I think, the next piece that you'll see is, okay, that's a great sort of message and story that now our field is a little more comfortable telling. What do I sell? What do I buy? If it's not, a DL380, right, then what is that? And help me have the skills to have this outcome conversation, which Peter Ryan has, I think, been successful in EMEA in his previous job, and now he's bringing that globally and worldwide. And then secondly, how to have a solution conversation and engagement, how to sell the advantages of, or in some cases lead with, first let's talk about how you want to consume this, right, before we even talk about what the this is. So those things are happening. On the first one, I'm going to jump to the last slide, which is the next sort of point of discussion, because I completely agree with you. Sorry, the formatting messed up a little bit, but there's sort of this notion of this idea I want to test with you guys of kind of the cloud cliff that we're seeing. And it's, I kind of loosely defined it this morning, it's the moment when an organization or a project or an app in a public cloud is no longer optimized. Optimized could be on cost, it could be performance, it could be whatever. We came up with this concept because I agree with you 100%. We went out and we talked to 20 customers, really anonymously, have no intent of giving their names, but we wanted to understand, tell me about the projects. And actually, it's interesting. It started out as a project to like typical survey research, right? We were going to have this like white paper, and it was going to say, 9 out of 10, customers say that, cloud is not everything it's cracked up to be, blah, blah, blah. And we started looking at the numbers, like, it's just not compelling. Like, it's everyone's saying kind of all the same sort of things. But what we were hearing in the interviews was a lot more guttural explanation of the realities of what was going on. So we actually stopped and we went back and started over with the same group and said, forget it. We're not going to ask you these like stupid questions on a scale of 1 to 5, or just tell me what's going on. And when we chose them for a reason, each of them had aggressively moved into public cloud in a variety of different forms, and in some cases, for whatever reason, had run into sort of a brick wall. We started calling, because we heard it in all 20 customers, and so we started calling it the cloud cliff. And it was a little different for each one in terms of why they ran into issues. Cost was obviously a common theme. A lot of the workloads were VM-based workloads, and they continue to grow and they continue to spin up more. And one day the bill comes back and that month there'd be excessively high usage, and it's like holy crap, I can't, can we cover that? Cover this month. They had to think differently about it. There were performance things. There were anyway, a variety of things. We started loosely calling it the idea of the cloud cliff, and we're going to publish this paper and as an appendix to that, the details of each of the 20 stories, right? Because we feel like to help. I hate you taking pictures because the formatting is driving me crazy. My marketing OCD is like,
sorry,
I need to
publish these as is anyway.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up the right way. It looks great on the screen down here. Anyway, I'm just gonna have to deal with it.
That's why it's his laptop that doesn't have our font on it.
Fonts on it.
I had him install the fonts yesterday.
It's
There you go.
We'll fix it before we
Um,
send it out then.
I like the.
He says it's working on the screen, so just keep up.
So back to this, like the very beginning of this, like how can you help us or work closer together or have a common shared mission? I mean, if you believe that businesses can build platforms to support digital transformation and deliver better experiences and better outcomes than what they can get, from a commodity cloud, then we can work together, okay? Because we believe that too. And some of the stories that we're trying to source and find, whether it's in our install base or not, once we publish this sort of review of the 20 customers and the confessions from the cloud cliff, right? We're double clicking on that. We're finding these are just patterns of things we're seeing. One is we're running into more and more cloud native startup companies born in the clouds that have hit the cloud cliff in terms of Dropbox was kind of the first big one that hit our radar, where it was like, hey, we're doing great, but we sort of see this future, kind of global future, and what we're doing on AWS isn't quite fitting it. An interesting thing in the 20 interviews that we've seen is, and we'd heard this message before, control. Like, I don't have enough control. And we thought, oh, that's an obvious thing for central IT to say. They just want to hold the keys
Server
to
huggers.
everything. Huh?
Server huggers.
Server huggers, whatever. But what we found is the word control was a much more rich, nuanced sort of idea, which is like, it's kind of like the cloud's like this black box, and I just want to like change that one little thing over there, but I can't quite do it. I don't have visibility. So it could be just something of, I want a slightly different architecture of something that's running, or I'd like to, get a little bit more feedback on how this is being deployed, or a little more assurance that something isn't, running or stored somewhere. So this control thing was a huge theme that came across, and it's something that we're hearing from these cloud natives, right? Like, I see the future of my business. I don't think I can reach it anymore. Now I've got to go off cloud or build my own cloud to go to the next step. Another company, we've seen, I won't mention names because since we're being streamed, but there's some other very similar born in the clouds that are coming to us and saying, help us figure this out. And what's interesting is it's a lot harder than it sounds, or it's as hard as it sounds. I don't know, but it's a real challenge once you're there to get back, and it's an important lesson this summer. So that's one. Let me pause. Yeah.
Are these just U.S. or North American companies, or is it a split between enterprise and SMBs? Because that played into some of our thoughts earlier.
These right here are mostly U.S., mostly mid-market. to large startups that are sort of hitting a plateau in terms of their business model, business plan, and they're saying, hey, where can I go? I think a lot of the Europeans skipped this. They didn't sort of go that route.
Yeah, there's a great deal of variety when you go to different regions as to how they react to these issues. So
Yeah.
didn't know whether this was
and
taking those all into
this is the kind of thing I would ask. You guys hear these stories. I would just love to, be part of or contribute or work on or just see you guys talk about and share some of these. Because, once we kind of hit on this, it seems like every time I'm at a bar or coffee, or whatever, and I just run into people, and I throw some of these things out there, and like, oh man, my company's exactly like that. Oh yeah, I do this, and so the stories are out there, but I don't feel like they're sort of getting airtime. And this is just an area we're focused to get more visibility for these things that are happening.
So this kind of goes back to that definition of private cloud that we had just a minute ago.
Yep.
What do these companies, the cloud natives, move to when they go private is a huge, generalizing that solution in context is.
Oh, it's not one size.
Right, and so
it's
not one size fits all,
Yeah.
but it's, how do they look at, because they started out in the public cloud, when they go to their own infrastructure or to a service provider, what's different about that versus what IT's looking at, classic enterprise IT looks at today, right?
Oh yeah, it's very different, and there's a variety of different things in here that we're looking to bring light to, not as sort of any one. It's trying to chip away a little bit at the conventional narrative that's, I think, the dominant narrative that's out there right now that, no. All the, no one's ever going to run a data center again. You're stupid if you run a data center. Everything's going to go to the cloud. Well, you know what? The biggest born cloud natives in the world would disagree with you. So it's a story that we're just looking to, I think, start a new conversation about why and what happened and what are the options and choices and different ways that I could get out of that. And
wouldn't the channel be, particularly a cloud brokering channel, be a really good place? Because they're in the business of brokering, and they don't care which direction you go necessarily.
And they're bringing a lot of those. They're bringing a lot of them to us, and they're highlighting for us. Like one of the things in the 20 stories was that of the cloud cliff was this cost thing, and it's like, really what ended up. The deal was, our central IT was horrible, and the public cloud in a way took advantage of our own horribleness, our own inefficiencies. When we sort of realized that, the keys to the algorithm are much better utilization rates, right? And much more effective management, IT to hardware ratios. And if I can hit the same ones or close to what Amazon's hitting, I can deliver the same economics, right? It's not rocket science. So, that was, sort of a lot of the workloads that sort of went to the cloud and came back, especially the VM-based stuff. It's like, whoa, this is crazy. Now it's costing me a whole lot more to do this. With things like SimpliVity, it's a whole lot simpler, way more affordable. I can totally hit these rates. Synergy is another one. So, there's a lot of these stories that just tell us about those different workloads and why you eventually hit that brick wall. Because normally in all of these cases, it was fantastic and we loved it. It was great. And then, there was some moment where something happened. So
I think this is actually a natural part of the cloud progression.
Yes.
As I look at this, and the reason I say that is for what I said before was that I don't think saying everything will be in the public cloud makes sense because it's not going to be. A part of it's this, and I don't think we talk about this enough. One example I can bring up was I was talking to a enterprise architect at NASDAQ, and they went all in on public cloud, and I was talking to her about a year ago, and she said we're bringing a ton of it back, and it wasn't they had bad IT. It wasn't that they had bad management. It was just that they realized that their Amazon bill was killing them. And they could do it, again, depending on the cost and some other things. But I think this is the storyline is the natural progression is you may start in cloud, you may grow into the cloud, but eventually you're going to have to do something else that might be private.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason, you're right at time.
Yep.
I'm just go over as long as you want. I'm sensitive about you needing to get it out.
This is where I kind of wanted to end, and if I could just quickly, these are the categories of things that I've just thought of this morning that we're seeing. Dev experiments that then become strategic. So it's like, some small, some guy or small group had an idea, and they create this app or service, and it's got 20 users and it's great, and then like management sees it, that's fantastic, let's scale it. They got 1,000 users, it's still fantastic. And then it's like, you know what, this is a revenue stream for us. We want 10,000 users. We want to do 10 countries. And then that experiment becomes strategic. And a lot of questions that weren't asked, as this thing was being developed, now have to be asked. And we're seeing a lot of, customers are saying, I've run into this one a lot. Help me build an environment that can, enable the experimentation and the fast fail, but give me an easy way, right, to get into an enterprise grade environment. Cloud sprawl and declouding. Have you guys heard the term declouding before? I haven't either. So it came up a lot in the interviews, and this is something that the customers were using was, we're doing a lot of declouding right now. I'm like, well, what do you mean? I said, well, we didn't have the most, central policies or governance on things. And so really any group could go open an account and create clouds or whatever. And then one day, CFO said, bring all the bills together. And we're like, oh, shit, I had no idea.
De-shadow IT?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's really what it is.
Like we had no idea that there were there was this cloud sprawl that was going on, right? So this is another one. Just a point more that we're trying to make is that, pay-as-you-go, pay-as-you-grow consumption models are not exclusive to the public cloud anymore, that we can enable a very similar experience in an environment that you control, or a hosted environment for you, doesn't really matter. And also the idea, though, that in all cases, pay-as-you-go and is not always the best choice for the outcome that you're trying to get, right? I don't, how many people rent their house versus how many people buy their house, and you sort of make, there's good reasons why when I moved to Houston and I first came to Compact 18 years ago, I rented a house because I didn't know if I was going to like it or if I was going to stick around. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'll stick around. And then I bought a house. And so same kind of, thing between, these ideas, but it's something that we're going to try to promote anymore. And I think we're just looking for quantified, real examples and insights, stories. If I talked to an administrator from the NASDAQ who said, we're bringing a lot of stuff back for a variety of reasons. These are the types of things that we're looking to bring to the forefront and just bring a little bit more of reality to what we're kind of seeing as public cloud hysteria. And then, starting a conversation to say, hey, again, let's talk about the outcome that you want. Let's talk about the experience that you're actually looking for in terms of support and consumption and delivery and integration. And then let's talk about sort of technologies that can help you hit the mark, right, on speed, agility, cost, reliability, governance, et cetera. So
I think these stories are out there, and it takes just a little repertorial activity, go digging around, whether it's in the channel, whether it's on the web, soliciting people through Twitter, whatever. But I worry that if you portray this as an either or, that you'll lose credibility.
It's not an either or.
Important.
It's a right mix.
Is that people experiment and move, right? So there's sort of an analog with manufacturing. A lot of companies offshored a lot of their manufacturing, and now they're reshoring.
Yep.
But they're not reshoring the same way they were here before, and they're not reshoring the same way they were over there. They're learning each time they make the hop.
Yep.
Sometimes what's more important is the level of automation and the proximity to your supply chain, not where it is, or whether the tax structure is that great.
Right.
Same thing we'll have with IT. So it's the idea of being able to move and experiment, which is hybrid, which is what you're enabling. So rather than say the cloud cliff, maybe it's the cloud parabolic curve or cloud.
That rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, the cloud cycle, because it's a cycle of whether you go in or out and whether you come back, it changes.
Yeah, and I think we're, that's why we're testing it. We are trying to be a little bit more aggressive and a little more provocateur in sort of the dialogue, and just testing to see. It's like a trial balloon to see if others say, yeah, I've hit that cloud cliff too. Mine look like this, just so we can shake things up a little bit.
And it's also alliterative.
It is.
So there's that.
Cloud cliff is alliterative.
Confessions from the Cloud Cliff. That's why I like the
That was my hashtag.
the headline.
If it was the cloud cycles rather than cycles, it would work well.
Hackles?
Cackles.
So what do you want out of this group leaving here? What's your...
Well, I've got some great feedback, first of all, which has been fantastic, and just insights. And I'm trying to open the the window a little bit into what we're doing in marketing. And I mean, you guys are, do very similar things to what we do. I mean, you're communicators. You're trying to shine light on things to help others. That's what we're doing in marketing. And I think that this one, I want to be as transparent as I can with you guys about where we see this dialogue going and where we stand in the marketplace. And this last slide especially, if any of you have any passion on, again, this idea that IT can transform to deliver better experience, or you've got passions for telling the real nitty-gritty realities of what customers are dealing with and get beyond the marketing buzz terms and the headlines, like, we would love to work with you more to tell those stories and promote those stories. We'll be bringing a lot of these to Discovers, to the Discover forums, putting them in the EBCs, just so that we can, part of it is not only to start a new conversation with customers, but back to the point of sales transformation, giving them confidence. Because I think there's a lot of our salespeople that believe that Amazon's going to eat the world. And if anybody comes in and says, why shouldn't I just go to cloud? They shrivel up and die in the corner, right? And I want to give them, there's tons of reasons why you don't want to do that. And so part of, curating this set of stories and insights and data points is about, giving sellers and businesses and our customers confidence when that conversation comes up. That's what I want. So. Yeah. Through this, I'm always available, but through this, whatever your next follow-up steps are, help us find these stories, help us tell them, help them promote them, help us promote them. Big priority for us. Okay.
Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
I can't have you sit there.
He's going to stand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
because the camera.
Got it. All right. So, okay, that's why I was saying you need to switch over here.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so Gary Thome, Chief Engineer, Software Defined in Cloud Group. I would say he is the
had nothing to do with P-Clash, and that's the honest truth. I really didn't.
So, and Gary's always he's a real supporter of us. He will come and donate his time to brief you guys. Again, the chief engineer has got to speak volumes of the knowledge that Gary runs around in his head every day. And today we've got Peyton McNally from Hudson Alpha. And Tim, you asked me, hey, if you're going to do a Composable session and we talk about synergy, can you also bring a customer in? So there was two customers came to mind. My favorite one is on the phone, Peyton, who I've got to know in person at Discover events. And he was going to come. He's at DockerCon today, so he's in Austin. I don't know why you're there, Peyton, because really we're having a much better time here in Houston, but hey, that's up to you. So we're going to spend 30 minutes with Peyton, and then we're going to switch over to this project.
Yeah, okay. So anyhow, thanks guys for taking the time to come in here, and as Chris said, I really do enjoy having this opportunity to talk with you guys because you guys are all thought leaders and thought partners in the industry, and that's kind of what I really like to do most is really kind of have some interesting conversations, and a lot of this interesting conversations turns into what do we do, as a business, as a company, as technology, and so these kinds of conversations help shape what we do from our product roadmap, from our technology roadmap, even kind of how we talk about our technologies to the market, to our customers and stuff too. So it shapes these things a lot. Peyton on the phone is also one of these kinds of people as well, who helps kind of not only consume our stuff, but also help shape where we should be going. And he's actually coming here from Austin after DockerCon is over, and we're going to spend some time with him and some of our engineering staff to give some feedback to us on his experience so far, and what where he'd like to see us go in the future also. So literally this is kind of what I just enjoy doing, because this is really kind of helps shape the future. I'll just say that. So so with that, we've got Peyton McNully, on the phone here with us. I first met Peyton actually at his location. Our salesperson called me up one day who covers Hudson Alpha and said, "Hey Gary, I'd really like to come out and visit this customer. Normally when people ask me to do that, it's like one of our Fortune 100 companies or something like that, one of the absolute biggest. Because I think you really want to get to know Peyton because he's got some interesting ideas of where he wants to go and what he wants to do with our technology and some very interesting applications that they do. And I'll let Peyton explain a little more kind of what Hudson Alpha does. So I agreed to go do it, and we had a really good conversation, that first conversation, and we've continued that dialogue between Peyton and our team and the Hudson Alpha team on and off since then. So it's been a great, I think, mutual relationship, between the two of us as persons, but also as teams, and so we've really enjoyed getting to take that going forward. So with that, we'll do is we'll start, and we're ahead of.
He and one of the founders, Lonnie McMillan, for Adtran actually had gotten together early on in their tenure in Huntsville and actually spun out 8 different life science companies out of research genetics before Hudson Alpha was ever really a thought. The Institute as a whole is about 8 years old, and our president actually ran the Stanford Genetics Department, Dr. Rick Myers, and so we have a few hundred scientists. We have 30 or so associate companies is what they're called, but they're tenant companies as part of the Institute. And the real goal of the Institute is to force interaction between researchers and entrepreneurs to the point that we're able to translate a lot of these discoveries and really do a lot of things. But I think even something as simple as how much do you keep is still a very large unknown, I guess, industry-wide of how far back in the process do I need to retain my quote raw data from to do a lot of these population-wide scale studies is still something that's a bit amorphous, and so we end up keeping probably around 2 to 3 per year, just off that one platform and process alone, and that doesn't include the kind of this differential of there's a ton of work in process when you have a whole bunch of postdocs running from flower to flower and doing their own scientific inquiry. You end up with a bit of surge there just in the middle. And so I'd say it's probably 3 that gets kept. It's probably going to only get worse as time goes on because there's a lot of interesting things that I can't do once I get to kind of a reduced data set on the back end of this process that causes a lot of scientific anxiety, is how I phrase it, where they just don't know what they don't know, and so we're going to keep it all.
So yeah, and I guess kind of correlate. Do you ever throw away analyzable data, or do you just is permanently there? So you can always.
So it's primarily there. We have yet to hit delete on anything, and to be candid, I'm unaware of any of there are 8 primary large-scale sequencing centers in the United States, and I've talked to all but one of their CIOs, and I don't know a single one that's been so fortunate as to hit the delete button on any of these raw input sets.
I mean, from that standpoint, I mean, it sounds an awful lot like really any big data set that if you go to like the big hyperscale companies out there, they're the same way as like we don't delete data because the more data we have, the more we can analyze, the better insights we can get, and so it's just permanent data growth basically because that data is always useful for something later. Not sure what, and that's you don't know what you don't know. Yeah.
Well, and I think I think a lot of this. I mean, if you think about the typical bell curve of what healthcare is, I mean, really when the FDA approves a drug or a procedure or something, what they're saying is that 80% of the time somebody doesn't die, which is the left end of the spectrum, or somebody doesn't become Spider-Man, which is like the right end of the spectrum, or whatever it's being. And so, I think it's, that's not very personalized if you also, at the time that the doctor gets out and writes that illegible thing on that piece of paper and says, here, go get some of this, and that should work. That's not really what I think of when I think of personalized care, and that's not what anybody else thinks of. And so the personalized aspect of this is essentially where it comes that it may not be my personal raw data set that I carry around with me on a keychain or on my next iPhone, but there is some aspect of it that that I think it is the one weird test where once I've done it once, I don't have to I don't have to get an MRI every week, or there are very few healthcare tests where it's kind of one and done, and this is one of those examples where it actually probably has more value than a lot of your healthcare records would, and the portability of a healthcare record is okay, but compared to a genome, it's probably not as good or complete as what your genetic material actually tells a physician about you. So there's some really weird, interesting overlays with a lot of different industry problems in genomics that I, as an outsider to biotech, but now an insider, I suppose, I've really enjoyed and appreciated getting to know more about kind of the pain points that our big data brings on.
And Paul here, I think, had a comment or question. Maybe as you guys talk to him first time, maybe introduce yourself so he knows who's talking to also.
My name is Paul Tyson from Tirias Research, and do a lot of work in high-performance computing, so very familiar with genomics. But you're CIO of a company, so how much of your infrastructure is high-performance cluster? How much is like traditional IT or private cloud? How much do you reach out to public clouds? What does your mix look like? Because we've been talking a lot about mix today.
You've been talking right mix. Okay. Well, so I'd say that ultimately my group is in a weird situation compared to most academic environments or most corporate environments, and so I am CIO of a nonprofit research institute that's heavy into research. I'd say that's probably the 60 to 70% of our IT spend is on the research side. But one of the spillovers is that the enterprise IT objectives that my group also supports and implements. We kind of gain the benefit of having used containers in production for some of these batch process HPC type workloads. We were then able to early on say, okay, these are things within our application stack on the enterprise side that we can apply containers to and go forward with. And so we don't really have a public cloud versus private cloud delineation. We call it cloud. We orchestrate it the same way. We use Terraform and containers pretty much exclusively for a lot of those types of orchestrations. So we're in any cloud shop and really prefer it that way. There are some benefits to being malleable and flexible when it comes to that. But I think the biggest issue for us is, I've mentioned the workload size, and so traversing in and out becomes an ROI-based transaction more than it becomes is this easy because I don't have to provision the bare metal aspect of it, and I think it's glanced over, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So probably 30% of our total workload is public cloud at this point, because a lot of the files that we're bringing down are not really reduced. They're quite large, and quite candidly, we haven't been able to hit a lot of the performance requirements effectively in many of these public cloud scenarios and situations that we find ourselves in with very specific, very tailored. I mean, you know HPC, so you know that there's a postdoc somewhere that wants to download some software and wants to run it, and that's not necessarily always the most straightforward application to support. And so that was originally why containerizing a lot of these apps and different ecosystems became important. I will say that on the private cloud front, to use OpenStack as an example, we actually, early on when we got ImageStreamer, we took the Ansible parts and all the orchestration mechanics that we had, I guess, leveraged but never really liked, that we had to, and kind of threw those out and used ImageStreamer, Composer, a little bit of Python, and the main new release of OpenStack, and we're able to provision that entire Nova Cinder and actually a small Swift cluster using ImageStreamer and CentOS 7. In really a long weekend is how Katrina, my admin, phrases it. But I think it's really, I think we're trying to lean it out and use the right tool for the right job. And I think there are instances where we want VM vending and self-service for our postdocs, because really through the hours of like 8 to 5, and then the rest of the time we want to scrap a lot of those workloads and exclusively use our bare metal cloud for a lot of these efforts that we need to throw extra clock cycles at. And so that's really how we're functioning here. But we still set up a lot of spot instances if we need to scale out quickly and kind of ignore egress costs. And we do clinical applications, and stat turnarounds do happen, and so we do support that. But I'd say that's in the grand scheme of 15,000 genomes, there's a smaller opportunity for a lot of those instances than would be a typical case.
Yeah, and your comment about OpenStack reminded me that I just pulled it up. There's a text he sent me. It was actually I guess about 2 or 3 months ago. Is OpenStack on a single line of code was the message that Peyton sent me, just along with a short video of what they just gotten running over that. I guess it was probably the long weekend or something. Any other comments or questions just on general, kind of IT, genomics, CIO kind of questions for you?
I just, OpenStack clarity, you said new release. Is that Newton or Okta?
Sorry, I could almost hear you.
When you said new release, are you on Newton or Okta or a previous release? How long ago did you do this?
It was about a month ago, and so I can get you the specifics on it, but
it's a very recent release that you're on. Yeah.
Yeah. It was 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Okay. Thanks.
So, if nobody else has an immediate question, so Peyton, why don't you shift gears a little bit and start talking about kind of, partnering with HPE, and then, in terms of kind of what tech you're using with us, how it's working out for you, and then, what, you talked about some of the other, things that you're working along with it, OpenStack, Docker, and stuff like that.
Yeah, so, I mentioned being at Hudson Alpha for 2.5 years. Shortly after that, we became C7000 customers with our kind of first initial add to our HPC resource pool. And so I did mention HPC there because that is classically how the dark arts of genomics, as we like to phrase it, are performed, is with a scheduler, with pick your favorite Linux kernel, and really what we decided early on after C7000 and 1G 1.0 that there was a great deal of consolidation, a great deal of automation that we could do, and really finally get to the point where we blurred the line between research and enterprise and became a research enterprise was really our overall goal. That's for cost savings. That's for really just staff awareness of there not being I'm the compute cluster dude. Okay, I'm the VMware dude. We really just wanted to be more cohesive in our stack so that we don't have a huge operation, nor would that be practical to suddenly overnight scale up 30 headcount. And so we had to be smarter and look at orchestration tools for a lot of our efforts in order to consolidate. And so we've had 3PAR for quite some time as well. There still is a need for 3PAR in supporting a lot of the enterprise efforts that we find ourselves supporting. But we really decided that direct attached storage for a majority of these genomics workloads was not only good enough but preferable, because by being able to pick your flavor and provision an instance and throw your container on that node, we found out quite literally that a lot of our postdocs at Hudson Alpha have actually got a tremendous knack and capability for writing good quality software and scripts to actually provision their own nodes, their own environments, or really just declare what flavor and what recipes they need to do their work. And so I think it kind of went from when in doubt you must scale out culture to let's find the specific workload that we need to sustain across these individual projects. And so similar to working with our tenant companies, we're able to now focus on a project by project basis, but also kind of pour in the value that IT has typically held locked away behind closed doors with separate Active Directory credentials or however they lock it away. And we've been able to really kind of bring out the best of what anybody in the building can do and transparently share, which is kind of that whole founder's vision thing that we started on. And so now we find ourselves with Synergy, with Image Streamer, with direct attached storage. We've done some really interesting work with Docker swarms for processing a lot of these genomes. We've done hardware acceleration with some of these primary and secondary analysis steps with FPGAs. We've really done a tremendous amount of work in a very short amount of time on how do we not only do these things, check the box that we did them, but also software define them to the point that a lot of this state and capability is shared in a GitHub repo somewhere, so that anyone within an institute can fork it, change it, submit a pull request, merge back, and deploy. And so it's, from an efficiency standpoint, fewer trouble tickets. When the trouble tickets do come in, it's kind of already abundantly clear what the issue is. Things are written down. That's a crazy concept that we started to embrace here recently, where we have documentation on almost everything, because we're writing a lot more code than we are clicking a mouse and right-clicking our way to greatness is a lot less of an IT function. So
I think that's my new favorite phrase ever.
Right-clicking your way to greatness.
That's my new favorite phrase ever.
That's Microsoft, man. That's Microsoft. I heard y'all talk about Skype for Business earlier, so probably weren't right-clicking the right way.
Quick clarification for the Total Geek here. Whose FPGA are you using?
Well, so there is an Edico FPGA.
Hey, that's what I thought. Okay. Thanks.
So it sounds kind of like, with your research is almost self-servicing. It's not just DevOps, you almost like research ops is kind of what you guys are kind of creating. So
I think there is a T-shirt. There is a T-shirt there we should probably be working on. But yeah, I think that is the goal. Is regardless of what it is, we want to blur the lines between the silos as best we can.
So, Peyton, this is Tim Crawford. I have a question about how you're using Synergy today. Are you only using it for the newer workloads, or have you moved your enterprise workloads over? Forgive me if that's what you were referring to. I was just trying to clarify.
No, so we have moved the enterprise workloads over. There's been a couple of instances where actually we've provisioned the environment. We've had kind of our standby location where we take down one of our facilities, moved the enterprise workloads over to Synergy, taken the outage on the other facility, moved it back, and then decided, well, we actually want to push this over there, and so we've gone back to that same image streamer image and said, okay, do it again. And so I think what initially started up, and this mind you was back when we had the quote beta equipment that said not for production. So sorry, Gary, we only ran for production for a little while on the beta equipment, but but yeah, I think it was kind of where that was an interesting step though, where we realized, okay, this is software defined. We have the image here. Not only can we do this, but we can do this with a couple of scripts, and then should we need to back out of it, to push forward with it, to do all these other things, we've been able to orchestrate that at a different layer based on what specific workloads we want where, and what capabilities we want those workloads to have, whether that be network sets, direct attached storage, or just more of them in a frame, for example. So a majority, when people say enterprise workloads, what they really mean is they run ESX on a blade, and I think by and large there's a lot of benefit to orchestrating that deployment in the streamer, but I'd say that it's certainly not the only way to run an enterprise workload, but I think the benefit as my team sees, okay, this is how we build the build plan, this is how we deploy the build plan, this is how we test, this is how we supplement the build plan. I think there's a lot of differing definitions now among my own team for what a quote enterprise workload becomes. So it's not necessarily always a hypervisor-based workload now. It's looking more and more containerized workload that happens to be enterprise as well. So I guess just so I can get smart on you guys, when you say enterprise, are you talking hypervisor, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, so I was thinking along those lines. So hypervisor-based, typically VMware-based as opposed to KVM or an alternate hypervisor, because you also talked about OpenStack too. So it'd be, right. And when I talk about enterprise workload, I'm also thinking kind of more of the core company workloads as opposed to the research workloads, right? Which would be more along the lines of HPC.
Right. Yeah. So that's where the Institute, while having a few thousand folks on campus, we're a Google Apps campus for email. We're a lot of use Box for file sharing. We use we're all Mac campus, and so our enterprise workload is primarily fast out, and so there are some instances where we still maintain an enterprise on-prem presence of some of those services. I mean, we have a large wireless rollout, lots of radius, lots of doors and security and all the other stuff there as far as running the labs and those aspects. And so all of those have been run and are being run now on Synergy exclusively.
So what do you use? I mean, if you don't mind.
No, keep on going. Yeah.
So what do you use OpenStack for versus, let's say, VMware? And I'm assuming it sounded like your kind of traditional workloads were coming from a VMware-based hypervisor, if I heard you right.
I would say that most of them were VMware hypervisor, and so as far as OpenStack, the real benefit for us has been a quick and easy way to get to a VM vending window like Horizon and say, here, postdocs, go nuts, provision whatever flavor of Linux. If you need Windows for something in the lab, run Windows. If you need this, run that. But then also keep the IP address management at bay, all the different aspects of some of these clustered applications that someone doesn't necessarily want to run at prime time yet, but they could. There's nothing really stopping them from doing that. We use OpenStack so they can have that entry point into the hypervisor layer without right clicking for greatness in vCenter.
So newer applications. Peyton, just to clarify, so newer applications have the potential to go back toward a hypervisor as opposed to like a container base or microservices type of configuration?
And maybe comment on your strategy of kind of where do you pick one or the other?
Oh yeah, so some of our researchers are actually building out container first workloads, essentially building for cloud first. And so whether that containerized app is running on a hypervisor or on bare metal, quite candidly, many of our researchers, A, don't know, B, don't care. And so I think there are some instances where if they're going to deploy it on the much larger cluster and need a shared common environment, then what we will do is essentially show them using some of these Terraform templates that we've already built out. Okay, this is how you set up your own mini cluster, test your containers, and then or test your main branch of your app, and it's running in Python and your home directory, whatever. And so I'd say that the hypervisor is really it's really still an ops luxury that we leverage, but I think it's less a factor now that we're able to segment a frame into different occupations or forms or clusters. It's really not a factor for a majority of our end users as to whether or not they're on one or not. They want to know, okay, do I have access to this VLAN? Do I have access to this resource? And how many genomes can I store on this quote box? And the box has a relative definition now because that box may be Amazon Direct Connect, it may be Google Cloud, it may be somebody that we have a collaboration with that has some bare metal on their own site. So it kind of varies wildly, but that common set of tools is where we're trying to leave the cut line and the abstraction for majority of the researchers. And we have some, that are, your typical power users that are like, I need to get every last drop out of this. And for those, that's where we really enjoy nerding out and getting to okay, this was a 2-hour runtime and we now got it down to 45 seconds. Is this sustainable? Well, I don't know, that we use 200 cores to do that. Well, okay, then we probably need to dial it back a little bit. But there's a lot of those types of things where we don't want the tax of a hypervisor, but it just depends.
So do you see kind of to Gary's question about strategy. So do you see a time when you essentially kind of go down the path where both your enterprise workloads, whether it be VMware based or otherwise, and your container or microservices based workloads all kind of use Synergy as your core product strategy? You know, as the foundation for all of it?
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, Peyton, it's Chris. I know we had you for half an hour and we're almost like an hour with you. How are you doing the time?
I am good for another 14 minutes or so, and then I probably need to go get ready for one of the talks or rap videos or whatever they have me doing here in a minute.
Yeah. So I saw a couple of other kind of quick topics I want to make sure you cover. So, you know, you're at DockerCon this week. I don't know if you've given your talk already or not, so don't blow anything that you want to make sure you talk about first there, but anything that you can comment just on experience so far with Docker and Synergy.
Sorry, say it one more time.
So is there anything you'd like to comment to these guys on Docker and Synergy together? Because I think that's kind of, why you're at DockerCon also. But I don't know if you haven't given your public speak yet and you don't want to like let the total cat out of the bag, kind of decide how you want to comment.
So I think the part we're interested, as far as, kind of talking futures a little bit, I think we are interested to see how we can better incorporate, we'll call it server profile awareness into a Docker label equivalent. And so we've done a lot of effort there with taking these fluid pools of resources, abstractions for how we in ops work, but then also translating those into the kind of cookie cutter, break this off and put it in your container and roll type of models for a lot of the researchers to use and leverage and bake into their, not only their private, like internal GitHub repos, but even things that are about to be released through some of these journal articles that we've got in the works, I guess. And so, I think container orchestration, I think bare metal orchestration is obviously the business of ops now, but I think it's for the enterprise workloads that, and we still have typical monoliths, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just deal with them and cope with them differently. I think the hypervisor was the previous way to deal with and cope with complex and nightmarish network scenarios or storage scenarios or high availability scenarios where I think we're approaching a place where a lot of those answers are kind of reborn in a container context, and not everybody's going to build microservices. And so we get that, we admit that, we've embraced that, but I think there are still aspects of, even in those few instances, being able to leverage the majority of the instances and those capabilities to still support enterprise workloads. And part of that is just, there are a lot of people that have to still host their email and host all their stuff on-prem, and I get that, but I think even with a lot of the public cloud providers taking a lot of those thankless IT workloads and hiding the hypervisor from the IT department, I think that's really kind of the promise right now of containers for a lot of our workloads, is to hide everything below the application portion and really focus on the workload and the app and the idea and the time to value. And so that's kind of the overall premise of what will be my talk. But I think it's definitely a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun working with the entire team at HPE and not being one of these Fortune 1000 customers, but still getting a lot of personal time and attention to really focus in on our giant workload and the mission of Hudson Alpha and how things and tools like Synergy and Composer and ImageStreamer really supplement our workload and help us do a whole lot more with a whole lot less is always a beneficial conversation. But it's definitely I can see the future path and the roadmap a lot clearer having been on this side of I guess the past year with Synergy and so we're excited for next steps and Gen 10, I guess, right?
Yeah. So, and before we wrap on with Peyton, so I mean, just by the way, just if you didn't catch it, I mean, he kind of talked about he's got his problem set is really a big data problem set and a HPC problem set and a cloud problem set all wrapped in one. So he's kind of, it's like this or this or this, like yes, yes, and yes, all in one, So when you got your Synergy, you want to comment just on just kind of your first time setup experience, how long it take, to get it up and running and,
Yeah, certainly. And that's something I kind of joked with Rick Lewis at Discover about. So we got the first frame on site and got everything unpacked. There's a really, according to some of my remote hands guys, there's a really cool picture in there, and it was really easy enough to do that they got it installed in about 2 hours total, but it was 45 minutes before the HPE white glove install team showed up, and so we just sent them packing and said, nah, it's all good. We got it from here, and so that was a lot of fun to pick on the HPE installers and say, you were just too little too late. But I think it's kind of been one step after another. There's a lot of, Gary, you can tell your team had to do a lot of thinking on specifically when you layer in ImageStreamer and how to really supplement an existing workflow. There were some context changes that we had to do internally where, you don't have the MAC address until some things boot and some things are provisioned, and so we did change a lot of things in our scripts and everything. But I think it was certainly with the fact that this is going to make things so much easier by changing this. It's a good carrot, and you don't always have to have the IT stick when you have a good thoughtful process tied to your new platform. It makes it easier to get buy-in from a team that really, they get it now. But I think it's one of those where we've had it for a year, and so it's easy to get it now because it has made things easier.
Well, and just another quick story too. And once he got ImageStreamer, it was, I don't know how soon, it was like a day or two later. He's like, by the way, here's the image for what was it? It was for it was I forget which Linux OS it was. CentOS. It's CentOS. Yeah, it was like, by the way, we got CentOS working. Yeah, it was CentOS. It was like, okay, we hadn't taught you how to use that yet. It was like you already had that going. It was like, you guys were jumping on things much quicker than we thought. But so it's, I think, positive reflection, obviously, on you and your team. But also, I think it certainly makes us proud that we're able to ship you stuff. Then you're able to kind of get value out of it, even though it was not intended to be full production. You're already kind of getting use out of it before we even showed up to help you. So. All right, any other questions for Peyton before he's got to run off and do something else? I don't know, whatever.
He's going to do a rap video.
Yeah, rap video, yes.
You want a rap video?
We want to see that rap video.
Like 90 degrees and drop it.
Okay, Peyton. Thanks.
Thank you, Peyton.
All right.
Peyton,
Thanks everyone.
Thanks for your time, Peyton, and I guess we'll catch up again in a few days. So.
All right, see you Friday.
All right, bye. He's on his best behavior today. So.
Well, I did ask him to kind of keep it at a level. He's been working with us. So when Peyton starts to talk, the kind of the amount of technology I can bear. He goes right down to like 50,000 million feet under the ground. He loses me within the first nanosecond. So I did ask him to try and at least kind of keep it up to where I could at least understand it. So yeah, he did work.
All right, so now onto the kind of the next part of it. So Hopefully that was, helpful, just kind of getting some insight, kind of,
You've got 30 minutes.
I'm sorry, I have 30 minutes total?
30 minutes.
Oh, I thought I had an hour and a half total.
You did, but you just burned an hour. Hey.
Okay, well, I thought we burned 45 minutes. We started at 12:45. I thought we started at 1. That was on my calendar at 1. Been doing 1, or you guys were waiting for me? I thought I was here on early. Oh my gosh, okay.
We wanted you to feel.
I was actually 5 minutes late. I'm sorry, yeah. Okay.
You were early.
All right, so we'll get going, but that's okay. I think we're good. That was a good conversation. We covered some of the stuff I was going to cover anyhow in the conversation. So you heard kind of Peyton. He's both a beta customer and also kind of one of our early customers. We're going to share a little more on kind of what we're hearing from other customers through our beta experience, as well as some of the early customers we had so far, and again activity-wise there and stuff too as well. So we sent out betas to a number of customers, and and it was one of our larger betas that we did. And for the a lot of times we do like a beta for a server or something like that. Your customer gets a server, but what we did here is we were actually sending out 1 frame, 2 frames, fabric, multiple servers, compute modules in and stuff like that, storage, and so it was it's a more complete experience that people got to go deal with. Now at the same time, it's beta code, which means it's not bug free yet. So it was it certainly is not finished product. And so we went up there getting it beta out there, and it's like, okay, let's see what happens and stuff like that. And we got a lot of good feedback through the beta process, and I'll speak to some of it here. First off, I think a lot of the feedback, we got a lot of positive feedback over. One is just the hardware is very solid and robust and stuff like that. Easy to use and stuff like that. Almost everybody got the setup experience was similar to Peyton's. Like we got it up and running an hour or 2 hours or something like that, operational. Now, and again, for me, to put that in context, this is not getting a server running. This is basically getting a miniature data center running in an hour or 2. And so to me, that's kind of cool that people are getting that level of even with pre-production kind of bits, what's going on with that. So we got some kind of real positive feedback there. Now, some of the learnings that we got out of it also is really kind of a variety of different things we heard back from customers. Obviously, one was just bugs that they ran across and stuff like that. And so, I got it. We need to go fix those things, and those are the kinds of things we went out to address. But also just kind of where customers are coming from, and what their perceptions of what they're getting, stuff like that. So some of the customers, this was kind of all new stuff, and so they just kind of dive in and kind of take it. Other customers will come in from like some preconceived background, like they're using some of our rack servers before, or some of our blade systems before, or something like that. And me, as mentioned, kind of coming from kind of my C7000 heritage. We saw some interesting things. One of them was one that Peyton mentioned right at the end. He said, hey, we had to go modify some of our scripts to kind of take advantage of how this works. Now, one of the things I've talked about a lot in some of these previous conversations is the unified API, and how this high-level REST API that kind of runs on almost like a cloud abstraction layer. We're basically going to say provision the whole machine or update the firmware or something like that. It's very simple. But, and this is kind of being kind of frank feedback. I mean, one of the challenges we have is there are some customers out there who are saying, but we're used to our down in the weeds process and updating our scripts all the time and keeping them running, stuff like that, and it doesn't work that way. And so okay, so now, now what am I supposed to do, and so that was kind of one of the things we realized, challenge here is like, well, what we have now is a higher level thing, and it's a lot easier. And so there's some education process to go through with some of those customers, along with kind of, to Peyton's point, it's like, well, why should I move? And so when they just see it, it's like, well, it's just, another system, why should I change something that works? And in some of those cases, I think we hadn't really done a good enough job of explaining what the reason why they're going to get, what the upside was going to be. And I'm going to share some of these thoughts in a minute, just some of the specific things we realized we wanted to go back on. Now others, those were customers that maybe were using Blade System but weren't using OneView yet and stuff like that. Others who were using OneView already, or something, a similar kind of high-level GUI, they're like, this is great, this is simple, it's exactly how I'd expect to run, and it's just all built in and really easy to use. And so we get some of that kind of feedback also. You know, so it's, you know, it's kind of different kinds of feedback. Now, you know, and so it depended a lot on kind of where they came from, you know, is kind of where they're doing it. So that really helped kind of shape, you know, what kind of expectations we need to have in conversations with customers as we're going forward. And a lot of that has helped, you know, helped us not only with the, you know, what is the, you know, fixing, you know, product bugs and stuff like that, which is kind of inherent to a beta process, and that's the sort of thing you'd expect. And there are just a lot of little bugs that, you know, had to go deal with. But also kind of the, okay, based on where, you know, somebody's environment is coming from, how do we need to help make them understand kind of where this can help them go better in the future? And for that matter, do I want to even go into the future, or do I want to just kind of stick with what I have right now? Yeah.
Question about that, Gary. So have you mapped out kind of those swim lanes or paths that customers, kind of the from and to, as you go through the conversations?
Yeah.
To get some clarity around, okay, so if we see certain things happening or customers of a certain type or coming from this HP range of products, that they're going to some other product or going this direction, or this is the path that they quite often take. Yeah, and I think that we are, and that was one of the things that, you know, we didn't do enough of, you know, before we got the product out there. I mean, it's, you know, just, yeah, as with anything, you know, you'll just never do everything perfect, you know, and so that was kind of, you know, realizing, well, we had these swim lanes that we needed to really just be a little more prescriptive over. Here's where you are today. Here's where you go, how you get there, and why you want to get there, you know, and get through those steps. And, you know, so that's been kind of some of the, you know, the challenges we've gone, you know, taken ourselves through and our sales force through. And so we started mapping those out and say, okay, if you're starting here, here's kind of the steps along the way that you want to consider. Here's the steps along the way you want to consider, and stuff like that, up to including things like.
Too, there, Gary, just so it's a great question, and I just want to make sure it's really clear. It's the swim lanes, yes, but it's also the personality of the company. So, like you heard Peyton, he had it unpacked and ready to roll even before our guys turned up. There'd be some guys that I'm not going to do it until you guys turn up, or.
That's right, but that goes back to what I was saying earlier, that this isn't just about speeds and feeds. This is about the holistic picture of what the customer looks like, what are they doing, where are they in their maturity cycle, and their process and thought process. I mean, all of those factors kind of have to fit in. Otherwise, you're just you're throwing pasta at the wall and hoping something sticks, right?
But I'll give an example.
If you don't, you really are taking that kind of spitball approach to it. I think it's probably a little more disciplined, right, in terms of how you're doing it. But this also kind of goes back to what we've talked about in the past, which is just how people are using Synergy too, and how they get to that point. So, you know, I've said it before, Synergy's true value is when you're using both types of workloads on it. I mean, that's where it really shines. That's where it hums. That's the ultimate panacea of where you want to
And you heard Peyton talk about that too, for sure.
That's right.
You know.
But remember when we spoke the last time about this, what was becoming clear is there weren't many customers in the beta program that are actually using Synergy for that. And so what I'm curious about is how, since then, that was what, October? So since then, how has that changed? And since it's launched, what have you started to see? Is it the same? Because it's not just HPE, just to be clear, I don't see this as, this is just an HPE challenge. This is also a customer challenge too.
I'm going to share like an example of one that just has come up this week, you know, specifically with me, and they're a beta customer, you know, and this customer, and I mean, it's a customer, and the situation is like you said, I mean, this is not just this one customer that's just, or just Synergy or anything. This is a kind of almost an IT identity question, you know, which is, it's a customer that has been for a very long time, very strong siloed organizations within their IT group, you know, so they have, you know, network team that says, we're going to do it this way. The server team says, we're going to do it this way. The storage team says, we're going to do it this way. You know, and the application team who says, we're going to go to the cloud. You know, and the reason why the application developers are like, I don't want to deal with all you guys insisting on working independently rather than I go to a cloud and get a unified experience. And so so now the IT organization's going back and saying, okay, they need to kind of go through this question again. It's like, is it okay for us to continue to live in these siloed worlds where, it's clear that we're putting ourselves basically out of business because people don't want to put up with us anymore? Or am I going to, latch onto that silo that I'm living into and just insist on that silo being the way it is to the point that I put myself out of business because I'm unwilling to actually figure out how to actually have a unified self-service interface to the application teams. And so that's kind of one of the real kind of angst questions, because it was really an identity question for an IT INO group. Is who are we? Are we 3 teams or are we 1 team? Are we we do it our way, or is it we serving the needs of our users in the most seamless way? You heard Peyton talking about research ops basically, as I was saying we want to let people feel like they're the most special, important person all the time because we're going to give them what they want when they want it, and they can just take it, that's a very forward-thinking kind of person. So he's very much strongly embracing synergy technology for everything. He's like, I can do the old stuff better, I can do the new stuff better, why not? And then there are some organizations that are like going, I'm not sure if I'm ready for synergy because I'm not sure that as an organization we're ready to move forward, and that's. And of course, as an HPE, we're like, well, we can keep on selling you, the same stuff, we've always sold, so it's not really a problem for us from that standpoint, other than the fact that collectively, at some point in time,
at some point in time, it is a problem.
It becomes a problem because, we'll keep on selling, but the problem is what their needs will keep on going down because they don't, because the developers and application teams are figuring out there's another game in town that they can go, outside of the IT organization. So, that's, and I think that is kind of, at the core of some of those things that we see. And so we're kind of, we started kind of going down some of these swim lane kind of questions and thinking about how do we, what's the right kind of conversation we have to have with each one of these kinds of constituents. And then also even things like the adoption curve. So if it's a customer that is, using our Blade system today, they're looking to go, wow, Synergy's got a whole lot of bells and whistles. And you're like, you don't need to use them all right at day one. So if you're not using, Peyton is like, hey, we're doing Terraform, we got the VMware plugin, we got all this, Docker integration, stuff like that. Well, there are other customers like, we have standalone infrastructure. Okay, can Synergy be a better standalone infrastructure for my VMware farm? The answer is yes. We can do that. And by the way, you don't have to do the API integrations now if you don't want to, and you can add those later. So kind of get people into their comfort zone or where they're at.
So just to set some context, how many of since it started shipping in January, so we're only 4 months in, how many of those customers were beta customers? If you were to put a percentage on it.
The customers that have sold, it's a mix actually. Here's kind of the
20, 50, 50.
I'm going to say 50-50, but I'm not close enough to the data to say for sure exactly. But here's the thing is, the bigger the company is, the more likely to be a beta customer, but also the longer their evaluation time is to get to the technology. So some of the first customers, oddly enough, are not always the beta customers. They're the customers who have a quick buying cycle because they're a smaller customer.
So then that leads me to the second part that I wanted to ask about, which is, of the folks that are buying today, are they more like Hudson Alpha, where they're using that integrated approach, or are they more like the beta program, where they're either using it for traditional workloads or using it for...
Yeah, I'll share a couple examples in a second. I've got a slide with some of them, but it's a lot of it's the both. It's really a lot of it's both. They're looking to modernize.
That without the question, I'm trying to get to some clarity. No, I'm trying to get some clarity as to what is the trend around what people are doing with Synergy, right? So I'm just trying to understand: are they more like the beta program, which was, as I understood it from when we've spoken in the past, is more times than not, they're either buying it for traditional workloads and that's all they do on it, or they use it for the newer workloads and that's all they do, but very few are doing the mixed approach. What I'm asking about is for the paying customers now, is it like that, where they're either buying it for traditional or the new, or are they more like the Hudson Alpha example where they're buying it and they're putting both on it?
So I'll say, when I have conversations, with some of the executive level conversations, they, on the bigger companies, they're buying into the strategy saying it's going to be both, but then they're going to say, let's go pick one thing to do it first.
Sure. That makes sense.
And so it may be something new or maybe something old, but they're not doing it exclusively for that reason. It's more towards the, we need to be kind of more that, more responsive, fast-moving organization. So let's pick a technology that's going to help us do that. But then let's pick a specific workload to go first. Now, and I'm going to pick an example right here, which is our own, eat our own dog food, HPIT. And by the way, we've gone and looked at it and say, okay, what do we do for, tech refresh and olds? But this right here that I want to focus on here is the work that we did with Docker. So similar to Peyton, we actually did some, we call it zero to Docker. I keep on wanting to say zero to Docker in 60 seconds, but it's not quite that. It's in minutes. And this is really again, leveraging all the technology that we have, Composer, Image Streamer, the API integration with Docker, and then builds on top of it some Ansible playbooks as well as Terraform to provision the hardware and the Docker environment on top of that. Which is allowing us to kind of create containerized environments kind of on the fly on demand in a matter of minutes. And this right here is being leveraged ultimately not only by our own IT development organizations, but also the intent is to kind of spread this across the whole company as well. And help obviously this alone doesn't do the transformation from waterfall to DevOps, but this is kind of part of the technology enablement to get to that DevOps approach where we can do things a lot faster. So this is one example right here where we're getting some great stuff, and we're actually, and I think we're talking about this at Discover too. I don't remember if it was on the list, but I think it is there.
Back in December, and we'll talk about it again in June.
Yeah. So this is we've got some kind of public stuff going on here.
The next slide. I know you want to go.
Yeah, I was going to.
I'm trying to get to your point where you're kind of getting a sense of what's going on. There's a couple of things. Paul touched on one of these actually this morning. He talked about European brewery that was a small IT shop. Mm-hmm. These are not part of our beta program. So these are new. This is just a collection. And I put these together to show it's going across. It's not just in manufacturing or it's not just in tech. It's actually going across a wide variety. And this is just a sampling of 4. I could have brought 25 down, and it's the same kind of story. To answer your question, I'm just trying to get to the core of your question, and it kind of goes back to a conversation that we've had for over the last 2 years. That I always thought the most conservative people on the face of the planet were banks, and I found that no, that's not actually quite true. The most conservative people on the face of the planet is CIOs. And to Gary's point, I think he said it a better way that I could say it, and that is that we see the value in it, but I'm not going to just jump right in. Peyton has, and there's a company in England called Emis that's doing it's the aggressiveness of how far they want to take the technology. But I would say they actually understand how they can do both, but they're starting off with either this or this, with the plan of doing both in whatever future timeline they're on. But they're using it. This is a kind of good example of how, whether I'm using it for the new style or using it for traditional, or like Paul's example this morning, I'm a small IT shop, I actually want to behave like a data center.
Yeah, pretty much every one of these are kind of small to mid-size, businesses that, this basically is their IT infrastructure. But they really wanted to modernize. They wanted to get on something that's, going to not only shape them for the future, but also get to, greater levels of integration and automation. So they see, synergy as a key part of it. And you can see several of them that they also, couple it with 3-par storage arrays as well. So, which again, those things work directly together, and the Composer will compose the 3-par storage directly. So it gives them a platform that allows them to do all those things very quickly.
The online platform developer, where are they located geographically?
Actually, in the U.S.
Because the other 3 are European, and I just kind of wondered if maybe that's another
Now,
Another data point.
Australia. We've got a company out in Australia. That's Austria.
Austrian.
That's what I'm saying.
Austria.
I said
Australia.
No. I said Austria, and we've also got another example out in Australia.
Oh, okay.
But the service provider is actually a company called, they're a channel partner called Synergy. Symmetry. Using Synergy. And it's actually an example, Paul talked about it again this morning. So they want to do honor as a service.
Because it just kind of made me think maybe that's another reason that's driving this, is especially when you get into data sovereignty issues and not being able to leverage traditional public cloud, whether you want to or not. There are some applications that you could be gung-ho for public cloud. And
it's a great question.
Well, and actually, I was just talking to a partner this morning who basically is kind of their thing is they build kind of miniature public clouds basically. So they're kind of, they could be a hosted private cloud or a miniature kind of one service provider tier, smaller, but that's kind of the business, and they want to do it on Synergy. So things like, we want something that we can get great velocity, we can just stand up these little clouds all over the place.
Yeah. We actually talked about that 2 years ago when we were talking about Synergy. Yeah. But then the other piece that I'm starting to see is that add Azure Stack with it, people are starting to service providers, in-country service providers are starting to stand up instances, or at least starting to plan out to stand up instances using an Azure Stack kind of basis to become a service provider for in-country to get around data sovereignty issues. So it becomes kind of an interesting idea of, it's a smaller version of public cloud, but it's kind of a middle ground.
Yeah.
So it addresses some of the challenges, but yet doesn't go all the way in the other direction.
Yeah.
No, you're spot on.
And as a corollary to that, also we're seeing a lot of interest in marrying this up with our flexible computing or flexible capacity service, which basically allows you to go to a pay-per-use model also. So basically use this as a technology to dial up and down, couple that with the financial mechanism to dial up and down. And then you get, in effect, kind of a public cloud-like experience from that standpoint.
If you were to just kind of shoot from the gun, would you say that there's more interest from service providers or from existing enterprises?
For this, proportionally more towards service providers. And I'll be kind of loose on service providers that, it could be infrastructure service providers, software service providers, SaaS providers, and stuff like that. So, in the sum total, it's probably not the majority, but proportionally it's biased more towards kind of service providers. And frankly, the digitization of business is really in some ways becoming a service provider. Yeah. And so, we think that's, there's a lot of people who are forward thinking going, okay, I need to get on this. There's, I guess, maybe an urgency to want to find the right technology aligned to the development business model that they're moving towards.
What do you find is the biggest threat to this platform from a competitive standpoint today?
Ooh, that's a good question. Inertia, honestly. I think it's inertia more than anything else. And back to your first question, it's inertia is probably the biggest threat to everything. But when we actually get in, with a few corner cases like, oh, we need InfiniBand, we don't have InfiniBand support yet. Okay, well, got it. That's just not going to be a fit if we don't have the right, thing like that. But for kind of the, back to the bell curve conversation, the middle of the bell curve, it's inertia, I think, is the biggest threat.
So, the digital transformation, a larger issue. When you say inertia, what portion of the market hasn't moved to cloud in some form yet?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so I think enterprises are moving to cloud. The question is whether IT organizations are embracing cloud.
Yeah, fair. So for IT, then the question becomes, are we still at the 95% of IT is traditional IT, or are we closer to 75%?
I think the numbers on average that I've seen are right around 90%.
That's what
traditional.
Yeah, and so who's the typical Synergy customer now, right?
Well, the other thing is it depends on how you define cloud. If you define cloud, I mean, I know it goes it seems like we've come full circle now, folks.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So, Paul, did you ask a question? Who's the typical Synergy customer?
Yeah, to me, if you're saying you're fighting inertia, your typical customer is probably somebody who hasn't looked at cloud yet, and they've been really cautious, and they're looking at Synergy as that little half step, right?
Yeah,
Stutter
or they're just they're kind of burying themselves backwards and just not really embracing, or they're like well, couldn't I just be like a cloud if I just this one little baby thing? It's like, well, no, it's not the same as being a cloud if you just if I just do this one little tiny thing.
They're gonna barter to become.
I want to fundamentally not change, but I declare I'm changing. I mean, this is how we've all heard it's like, well, we have a VMware farm. Of course, that's a cloud. It's like, do you have a self-service, mechanism and API? Well, no, but I'll call it a cloud if that's the thing it needs to be, but without really getting to the core of why clouds are valuable. What's the real value? And I think, and Peyton gets it because he gets that the point is that we want to make sure that people will have direct access to what they need, when they need it, how they need it, as fast as possible, and get IT out of the way of being the gatekeeper to getting things done.
But he's in a relatively young,
yes,
well-funded research startup
his situation
environment, right?
is different, but his attitude is, I think, spot on.
Well,
but it's driven by his situation.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I mean, to underscore that, I mean, you're both right, but the other piece that he said that most people kind of gloss over is he has executive support for changing that culture.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that is a huge differentiator between companies that shift and companies that are slow to move.
Well, I think there's two things. One is too many people still look at the IT budget as whatever we spend up front is how much this thing costs. What's the cost differential when you look at traditional? Now, I'm not talking about TCO. I'm talking about that initial CapEx expense. Is Synergy more expensive than a blade chassis?
So first off, the answer is no, it's not.
Okay.
I mean, of course, exact configurations. There's like, but I mean, it's in the relative noise. I think the thing that is missed by that conversation though is if you go look at any analyst stuff. But I thought there's a report that 451 put out that I thought made it just really crystal clear. It's like there are two numbers that drive your cost.
Right.
And it is asset utilization and people efficiency. Everything else is like way in the noise.
People efficiency. The asset utilization piece they look at. Yeah. But a lot of organizations, when you start talking about return on investment, TCO figures, I've sat in front of college presidents and said, look, you can be more efficient with this. And they said, well, we're not going to take salaries into account in any of our cost savings figures because we're going to have those people anyway, so it's not really a savings. Completely ignoring the potential for opportunity costs.
And the thing is growth. The question is, how do you if you're going to grow, you have to keep on adding people if you don't have a way to get more efficient. So
or
I agree.
But
do
more.
Yeah.
Which is what they generally do.
Yeah.
And hire.
So your four examples here are all from companies that have kind of a lower threshold to change.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see like a Midwest automotive supplier or an agribusiness or a Rust Belt manufacturing company, like an online platform, a European brewery, right? And a college, academic institution, and these are all places that a bank who's going to make a financial decision, right? Okay, this makes sense or it doesn't make sense, but they're not going to entrench because they have money involved, right?
Yeah.
They're more rational about it than some other people. So, getting a different blend of stories up here that tell the story aimed at a specific audience, right? Because this is aimed at younger, newer business, more nimble businesses.
Don't assume that the academic institution is quick to change.
Agreed.
Higher ed.
Some
one of the most
are
risk-averse places on the planet when it comes to technology.
Some are. Yeah, you're right. But anyhow, it struck me that these aren't entrenched businesses so much, right?
Yeah, and I mean, for HPE, the company, obviously we've got technologies that support kind of whatever, but I think that is you know, if businesses actually want to remain businesses and you know, in the future, they've got to be embracing digital transformation. They've got to be embracing digitalization. They've got to be, you know, embracing streamlining and DevOps and you know, all the things that we talk about all the time. And you know, I mean, the thing is that speed to, you know, time to answer always wins. You know, I mean, it's like a historical reality from, like, you know, locomotives were faster than horses, you know. I mean, you know, telegraphs were faster than sending, you know, mail, you know. I mean, you know, you can go look at the, you know, the history of business, and, you know, speed always wins. It always wins, you know. And so if you're not finding ways to go faster, then you're finding ways to get out of business. That's what it comes down to, you know. So.
Go 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So, so I'm going to just touch just real briefly. You know, again, Peyton kind of talked a lot about kind of partner integration and stuff like that. And you know, this is one also that I think gets into kind of the change curve. Also, is the people on the front are like going, we're automating. You know, we're just automating everything, and this gives them the tool set to automate rapidly and embrace that automation quickly. But there are some who are like, you know, we like our GUI, we like our silos, we're going to keep on doing it. And so this whole thing is kind of like, I don't understand the value of this, you know, kind of a conversation, you know. But for the ones who are aggressive on it, and I think, you know, to some of the points, you know, you're making, you know, Tim, is, you know, we got to be a little more, you know, kind of helping customers see that, you know, if you're not moving this way, you know, we're not going to make you do it. You can buy the product, it works great without it. But if you're not thinking about how am I automating my operations, you're really kind of putting yourself in a challenging situation, both from a, you know, people cost standpoint, but also from a business velocity standpoint too, ultimately. And that's going to make you harder, you know, to compete in the market. But really, the more interesting conversation to have is with the people who want to go there, because then that's where the excitement is. I mean, you know, the conversation I have with Peyton is always like, what can we do more? where some of the, you know, CIOs and IT, you know, execs is kind of like, you guys really need to think like getting on board, you know the you know, the
What is the significance of the different sites?
I didn't create the slide, so I don't think there is anything. They just made it up. So,
couldn't fit them all on one side?
Yeah, yeah, because it's just so big, you know. It's so big, it's like, you know, that we couldn't fit it all in one. But we're continuing to invest in this with new partners as well, and we're going to announce some new partnership actually in the API integration at Discover in June. But we're doing all these things across, you know, really anything that you want to automate. So whether it's in the facilities management side, the DevOps side, the IT ops side, you know, we're looking at all those things. And you know, I think, you know, from a philosophical standpoint, I mean, you know, a long time ago it was like, we need to have that single pane of management that manages everything. And what I found over time is like, everyone kind of subscribed to that notion, but they disagreed with what that pane of glass should be. You know, if you're a VM admin, it's like, well, obviously it's vCenter, you know. But then if you're a facilities person, maybe it's Schneider, you know, or something like that. And you know, if you're an IT ops person, you know, so it's like, okay, why don't we just let everybody pick their favorite single pane of glass? Or if you're a developer, it's actually no pane of glass, it's single line of favorite line of code, and let them all have at it. Everybody's happy. You know, and so that's kind of been our mantra. So we've kind of inverted the whole single pane of glass, you know, manager to rule them all, to the exact opposite. Is like, however many panes of glass you want, we're ruled by them all. So we're the exact opposite strategy, I guess, from that standpoint.
Gary, what changed? So, I mean, you said a couple things just in the last couple of minutes that are like 180 degrees, and I love it. I think it's great, but 180 degrees from where you were 12 months ago. So the two things were the single pane of glass going to multiple panes, and the second thing was understanding that it just can't be about speeds and feeds. You have to understand the people cost, you know, kind of to Scott's earlier point, right? There are other factors that come into this more than just the technology itself.
You know, I think there's been a realization of that, you know, growing over time, and you know, what I found was interesting is, as an infrastructure person, we've been going through this journey of like, how do we make, you know, infrastructure consumable by the consumers, and so kind of really going to more of a consumer provider relationship versus a siloed process relationship. And then when we look at what the DevOps community was about, it was about creating a consumer-provider relationship between application developers and infrastructure. And so looking, it's like we're actually on the exact same journey, just in parallel. And just this recognition that, okay, one, we need to connect those two those two work streams together. And do that, which is a lot of kind of what drove some of those DevOps integrations. Once we realized, like, we need to go work with these guys. Let's go. So we're calling them up. It's like, you probably never thought to talk to us, but we want to talk. And just this recognition that was kind of the wave of the future, because it was going to get to that level of automation. But the key to automation is that integration first. And so when you have a rich interface to integrate to and a high level interface to integrate to, you can create those really nice solid integrations that can withstand stuff. And so that really drove us to a kind of that API mentality. And fortunately, when we developed this stuff, we even build our own GUI on top of the API. So there's absolutely nothing you can do in the GUI that you can't do in the API. So by definition, the API is the product in a way. The API is the interface. Or like, I sometimes tell people, some people ask me, what's the form factor of Synergy? I was like, it's an API. So,
infrastructure as code.
Yeah, exactly. It's infrastructure as code. It's an API. That's a form factor. That's the only part you really, really need to know, unless you're an actual rack technician. Yeah. Okay, so
1 minute.
Yeah, so that's kind of flyover. I guess I'm getting booted off. So I've used my 90 minutes, even though I started 5 minutes late. So, any parting comments, shots, or thoughts? All right. Well, thank you guys, and I always enjoy the conversation. I appreciate the insights, and you've given me things to think about as well as we're going forward, and think about how do we continue not only to push the technology but also educate the the industry and our customers as well to help kind of see where they need to go. So
thanks very much.
All right, thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, you guys got a 10. Okay, ready.
Okay, so Orlando, you can hear us okay?
So Hollywood is the capital of the film industry. Montreal is the capital of the video games. So to give you a background about the company, around 2013, 2012, we started working with video game companies out of Montreal, and they started to use clouds, public clouds, and they have their own private clouds, and they have a big challenge managing both on a single pane of glass. So we developed a cloud delivery platform that gives them an AWS-like experience on-prem based on our software, Docker, OpenStack, and we were able to do it, provide that experience on-prem and allow them to burst to service providers across the world. So ourselves, we target countries that are underserved by the hyperscalers. So we have a very large market share in UAE. We have, for example, in Finland as well, in Denmark, and Western Europe, in the Nordic countries. And how Cloud 28 was able to help us there is we are a technology company, so we have 50 plus engineers, mostly Montreal and Seattle. And basically, we have a small sales team. So with Cloud 28 Plus, in the go-to-market, they were able to identify the right target customer for us and help us in the sales and marketing to get the largest service provider in the MENA region, which is Intelsat. They own 12.5% of the market share. They are basically owned by the government of UAE. Basically, they were having a VMware cloud, and they wanted to have an AWS-like solution as a private cloud for their clients. So we were there, and Cloud 28 Plus brought us, and they basically were competing with Azure Stack, we're competing with Red Hat, Mirantis, ONAP, and basically they wanted a solution that they could get in 30 to 60 days, that is turnkey, and that it can be competitive with Alibaba and AWS in Hong Kong and so on, and they can make 50% plus margins. So we were able, Cloud 28 brought us to that deal, and that service provider become a leader in the market. And we launched the services in GITEX, the largest conference. So it took us like around 45, 60 days end-to-end to deliver a solution with the hardware. And then Cloud 28 Plus, after we built that service provider, Cloud 28 brought the value-added resellers, brought the system integrators and the ISVs to create a community to penetrate the region. So to give an example of that.
Hey, Orlando, let me just break in here because I haven't set the foundation yet for Cloud 28. So let me do that a little bit, and then you can talk a little bit more about what Cloud 28 is. Sorry, I just wanted to short intro, but that was good. So let me set some of the context. So I have it changed here, but it didn't change there. It's weird.
That's because it's a different, you gotta click both of them.
What does that mean? I'm confused.
That means that somebody's gotta physically click the other one.
Okay, but it changed there. Okay, so anyways, Cloud 28 started about 2 years ago in Europe, and it was called Cloud 28 at that time because there were 28 partners who came together across Europe to work to build a common platform, if you will, and in common catalog of services. What we found was that customers were customers and the sales force were struggling as new cloud apps were wanting to be developed with how do you find who's got what services, and really was built to enable service providers as well as other companies with the capabilities and access they needed. It's just not me, right?
That's not you. I have no clue.
Which one is it?
It's Chris with one that's on right now. That one.
Sorry, Lando, we're having technical issues
You go
with the
down to, like,
projection
slide
in the
6,
room
I think.
here.
Keep going. It's that one.
Okay, cool. Here we are. So it was really again to build out a platform for service providers, cloud providers to come together to begin to collaborate. It's really started, frankly, as I think a marketing platform for HP to get the word out who was working with us and what services that they had for end customers. And then it just began to grow. And if you actually type in www.cloud28plus.com, you'll find the catalog of offering services and providers out there in the marketplace. I believe, if I remember correctly, at Discover in London in December is when it grew from Europe to being a worldwide program. Now with over 400 partners worldwide, ranging from traditional service providers, technology providers, so it's opened up to have multiple categories of players. So where it started, as I said, with the service providers, we opened it up to cloud, and actually universities and ISVs now participate as part of the Cloud 28. So they bring together different research programs, they bring together their products, their offerings, and then the last piece is now actually opening up to VARs and resellers. Actually, Orlando and I and Chris were out talking to some analysts last week, and we had resellers and VARs from classic resellers. They're familiar in the Americas, up in the Northeast, ISS was there talking about their participation in Cloud 28 and what they saw as a value add to some of those pieces. Again, it started off in Europe, now we're growing to North America, and it has become a worldwide program. Through the offerings, what you find is not only the catalog of services, and these services could be, I'm an expert in other forwarded partners in healthcare, and I've got some healthcare applications, but I need a better mobile set of technologies. Right, it provides a catalog of services that everyone in the program can access. Technology acceleration lab to enable you to go look at new technologies and develop them on top of HP. Obviously, the go-to-market accelerator, because not only HP has access to this, but everyone who's part of the system has access. And we'll talk about some examples that I heard last week, and Orlando can elaborate on them. And then a services composer. So it's really this digital platform now to enable our partners to work better together. What we heard last week, and then in talking to some of the service providers and folks, was that if you look at an example from the VAR was looking to roll out a new application for a customer, and actually it was in the healthcare area, but they needed some security technology they didn't have. They went into the community and found people who were able to provide those resources, and they were able to offer an end-to-end stack that enabled them to address this customer need quicker and faster. They said, I probably would have just gone with my parts of the solution, but by teaming up, I can now provide a more rich solution across the board. So if you think about over 400 different players who bring technology, services, expertise that now can collaborate together, that was the thing that surprised me the most, right? I thought, these guys are joining, they want to leverage HP's brand and our marketing footprint and our presence. I thought that piece was what most of them were going for. But in discussion with them, at lunch and dinner, it was this collaboration element that really kind of jumped to the forefront of the power of the capabilities of Cloud 28. Also, and maybe Orlando can agree or not disagree, a lot of them use it to do research. Look who's doing what. Find out which one of the partners is there a space that somebody is growing. Let's say in Canada, to use Orlando as an example, and I'm in the UK. That hey, there's a new service. Let me go look at that. Maybe I should get into that world. So it's not only the marketing that HP brings, but it's this sense of community around services and technologies. And where I think we strengthen and helps build strength in being distributors, as customers move to a cloud, they move to a hybrid conversation, a hybrid architecture. A lot of these small, medium businesses want somebody local. They want somebody who knows their business, who's been in their industry, who can bring industry-specific tools, applications together. And now we can do that. We think that's how we're going to provide a different flavor of the public cloud versus what AWS and everyone else can bring by bringing someone who's local who may want to also have not only on-premise but a public cloud offering. And going back to our friends at ISS, right, their primary business today is on-premise. And they see Cloud 28 as the way to build a true hybrid cloud practice. And they're enabling their teams to do that and now have access to a set of rich resources.
Paul,
So, yeah, let me
pause you for a quick second. So go back to what you were saying about collaboration, that they're finding value in collaboration. Can you give some examples of that so I have some context around
Well,
what
you
you
can have
mean?
Orlando talk to you.
We can talk to Orlando about that.
The value of the collaboration.
The value of the
If
collaboration.
you look at these Cloud 28 policies, look, there are 3 players today that are hyperscalers, and they are going around the world and going with the technology, right? Google, Azure, and AWS. So the only way to jointly work together and comply with data sovereignty regulation is by building an ecosystem. So you build that ecosystem, right, of software companies, resellers, system integrators, and service providers, and you collaborate. So in the example of Ormuco, they brought us to UAE. We got the largest outsourcer or service provider, managed service provider in the region. And then the software vendors of Europe and Canada, they start bringing software that wouldn't be accessible in UAE, right? If you look at today's software, a company of 10, 20 employees can create a big disruption in the market rather than another large organization that have been in that industry for a long time. So these small startup, now they can partner with service provider and resellers and expand their software in IoT, in smart city across the world really fast in a platform. So we can bring higher value to the end customer. So we did that in UAE, then we did the same in Finland. We got the largest distributor in Western Europe, one of the largest, if not the largest, more than 10 billion euros in sales. And basically we build the resellers, we bring the software, we create the marketplace, and now this is not HPE only, right? HPE is a technology member, like Ormuco is a technology member, but there is regular members that are software companies, service provider, and now they just go to a region and they can start monetizing their own products. And the resellers in that region can now sell a solution and differentiate themselves from the same reseller in the same region.
So really, I guess what you're saying is collaboration really refers to kind of building a community of different services so that customers can benefit from that, and then that can scale out to other regions.
Exactly, and these are, so this is, think of a network of over 400 providers of private on-premise services and applications, as well as, as a service, applications and services. And so as you're looking to go address a customer issue, not only, you don't have to have everything at your finger, you don't have to have everything and have all the expertise. You can go and work with another partner and actually build richer solutions, or go take a solution that somebody did in one region, like Orlando was talking about, and modify it and replicate it for specific whatever compliance is in another region.
Yeah, is this mostly targeted toward like mid-market SMB?
I would say the primary target is mid-market.
For the customer, so just to give you an example, we have, for example, and I can give you many examples. I can give you London, I can give you North America, because we have clients there. But it's not targeted the SMB. Actually, we have the healthcare government. In Japan, we have 80% of the government, right? So if you look at the nuclear energy company, healthcare, so it's a large organization that wanna provide to public organizations or private that wanna have that disruption technology there. So like a smart city or IoT experience that they couldn't get out of the market, and they don't have a cloud that can run IoT, right? So they need to get the cloud, they need to get the consultant, they need to get the system integrator, they need to get the ISVs all together to help a specific region and a specific customer to succeed there. So it's not SMB only.
Yeah, I would say it's very, the sweet spot of the market is mid-market companies that are looking to do experimentation and looking to see what's out there. But the sweet spot is clearly large, the large mid-market opportunities around the world.
Yeah, that is. So just to give an example, we were able to get, I would say, 60 to 70 million contract value with Cloud 28 Plus, just with 2 deals. So for us to generate that money and for our service providers as well, right? So now we're happy that it's expanding. It was only India before, and now it's expanding in North America as well. So hope that clarifies some of the question you have.
Yeah, I think the part of what we're seeing from a value from an HP standpoint, if you compare partners who are in Cloud 28 versus partners who are not, we're seeing that they're driving a much richer portfolio of offerings, driving higher value add for HP. And I think a lot of this is just because, one, they're probably the leading edge partners in this, in the market, but then two, the richness and the collaboration they get, the pull through from HP, the marketing umbrella. So this is something that we see as strategic within HP. You'll see us incorporate it more and more into our campaigns, our go-to-market motions, and even into our technologies, because we think that this is core to helping customers, in every industry, get that unique experience that they need, right? When you can tie into different applications, different resources, designed locally too. So, Dana, question?
If this sort of evolved organically and it was tied to a region and the particulars of that, how do you replicate this? Or do you expand it, but maybe then dilute it by doing that? So how do you make more of the same?
So part of this is not anybody and everybody can join Cloud 28 Plus. There's a process for getting to be part of the program. There are some people who've tried to join and we said no to. There are some entities, and I won't say who they are exactly, who said, I want to join, but everyone realized that they were competing with everyone else in the, too many people in the community already. So it's not an open program. You have to be part of this. You have to sell so much. You have to prove so much. So it is going to be a challenge, I think, going over time. I think getting to 400 and maintaining the community without being diluted has been relatively easy. I think getting to the next level could be harder. That's where we have to really work on this. It's a great question. We're not trying to just say, hey, everyone, we're collecting logos, right? We're not trying to collect logos. We're really trying to curate the right services, the right partners in the community that we're trying to build. This program is actually run and managed by our sales organization. So the leader of this group is Xavier Poisson. I can't say his full name. It's a very long French name. And so Xavier really understands the importance of the sales connectivity in this versus, hey, I'm just trying to get a bunch of logos on a website and have a bunch of marquees. Orlando, yeah.
First of all, just to be clear, HP doesn't dictate what to do. There is a board of advisors, and HP have a seat. So it's consensus based. So the members that enter and the region respond are all consulted within the team. So it's really a community base of what is the right thing to do, and how do you approach this. Now, I can tell you that you're absolutely right in the question, how do you scale this? I think what I heard from Xavier is that if you don't have 50 members in a region, he doesn't open it. So he didn't open Latin America and Asia Pacific until he have the right amount of partners generating money and the ecosystem to succeed there. Because otherwise it will get diluted and it won't be as successful as EMEA. That's why he opened North America when he reached the 50 partners in North America.
Another little known fact, why Cloud 28 started in Europe.
Formally 28
I think the thing that impressed me the most, and I hope you got out of what Orlando was saying, it's a new marketplace.
Yeah.
And I think that is something that we've thought about, but it's really manifested in this new program.
Well, I see this is an evolution. HP's always had DNA with our partner channel. This is actually taking that to the next level of enabling communities, enabling cloud, truly enabling hybrid capabilities. And that's what it's all about, is those partners who can drive a hybrid experience to our end customers and truly, truly add value to a customer experience.
So as you make a point of saying we only open up a market when we have a certain critical mass, how do you deal with conflict within there where you've got two service providers that can offer the same thing?
So Orlando, do you want to answer that question, or I can? Because I don't know if you've experienced this yet.
Service providers that are offering, doesn't happen. It's absolutely right. So you open, they're offering the same infrastructure and service, but they may target different industries. One may be specialized in healthcare, the other one may be specialized in finance, or they may both have the same offer. At the end of the day, the one that is benefiting the more is the customer by having multiple places to buy from. So it's not, so the monetization of Cloud 28 is not through, it's at the edge, right? So it's what the customer consumes, not necessarily the service provider or the ISV. It's what the monetization happens at the edge when the customer purchases. So the more options the customer has, the better it will be for that client. Obviously, we don't accept everyone, as we mentioned before. You need to have a certain value and a certain differentiator of that. So, for example, Equinix and other companies join that because they know the business result, and it's a community, right? Whoever can bring something that we don't already have, please join and help us. If you're planning to come here and just take, it's not going to work. You need to give, and that's when I open, for example, Finland or UK, I brought my Canadian ISVs, to give you an example, and we start making their offering there so that they can succeed in that market. Right? So it's two ways. But there is no limitation by industry or by service or product. It's more if they have a fit and that they're willing to help the community and how to differentiate themselves.
Other questions for Orlando? We have about. There's a bit. And in fact, Orlando was talking about building some of his practices on synergy and other things. And what we're working to do is we're building up towards this, and hopefully we'll do a lot more at Discover. You'll see a lot more of the linkages. We're purposely going to drive that. Cloud 28 will be featured in our core marketing campaign for synergy, and kind of composing from infrastructure all the way up through cloud is going to be a big message, and the Cloud 28 partnership is going to be very much front and center to that. So I would say I would give us probably I don't want to have Xavier mad at me, but probably a C+ on Marketing Cloud 28 today. But I think we can move it to a B+ to an A really fast. Just was in New York with our ad agency and briefing them on Cloud 28, and they're like, "Wow, this is really powerful." So we're going to build more around this. We see now that it's kind of got critical mass, it's got a community that's working. We definitely want to leverage it more.
Hey, Orlando, did you want to add anything else to the synergy question about how
I tell you, the big question that a lot of people ask is, how does HPE make money here, right? And the answer is pretty simple, right? The more hardware they sell, the happier they are. So if they sell that's what they want, right? So they just care that helping the client and buying hardware. So now what happened with synergy is a very interesting fact that happened. So we were buying these blades, and you can believe that rack servers is what, and white boxes is what service providers buy today, right? Like they go transactional. So what we realized when we were targeting service providers is that with a synergy, you can actually get a higher return on investment than with rack servers, because you can add more RAM to the servers and more storage, right? So you can have more VMs and have a higher ROI because you can have a higher subscription of RAM and storage. that you could have with a blade or rack servers. And what we realized is we could actually allow our end customers to actually have higher savings by buying Synergy, and having that composability and changing is something that we haven't seen. So I'm not saying that I'm running on Synergy, I just want to be very clear here, but we have been analyzing the potential of Synergy, and we are in the process of adopting it by doing some putting our software and doing some trial, make sure that it works with our software. We're planning to stand, if everything goes as planned, we're planning to stand right there, because if you can put 1.5 terabytes of RAM and 400 CPU with Synergy, you can put double of that on the RAM and the same CPU, and you can put 40 terabytes and 40 hard disks rather than 24. So you have some economy there that is very, very good for service providers that care about how do they save money on infrastructure and how do they manage it simple. So that is my 2 cents about HPE Synergy. And I wish I have actually tried one. I can tell you all the feedback about it, but from a business and concept perspective, it is outlining the value prop of our customers, which is they want to get the highest return of investment of the money they do. When compared with Blade, the price is plus or minus 3%, depends on discount, but with capacity, that becomes very attractive. I hope that I was helpful on the HP Synergy, and I give you my thoughts, what I think about that, of the product itself.
Very good. Good. Well, we're at the top of the hour, so Orlando, thank you, my friend. We'll be talking soon, I know. And thank you for helping with our Blogger Day here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Paul. Okay, next session, we're Paul reminded me we're 5 minutes over, so we might have to make up some time with about the HCG.
Hyper Converged, that's right.
So we've progressed on, and now we're going to be talking about Azure Stack. Let's see, Aaron, principal product manager, guy I've known for quite a few
years now, something like that. Quite a while.
So there's a lot of interest on Azure Stack, so this is an opportunity to kind of show where we are and where we're heading.
All right, thanks. Let me start off by saying I'm afraid I did not bring anything as cool as Idaho Spuds, so I hope that's okay. Hopefully that we still find the content engaging.
You can't be as cool as me. What can I say?
I was following the feed this morning. I'm like, did I even see that it has? Does it say chocolate on the side?
Yeah.
So chocolate potatoes.
It made a whole lot of noise when you tried to open the box.
Did you ever see Caddyshack?
Yes, long
Remember
time
the scene
ago.
where the baby Ruth bars float in the pool?
Yes.
And they mistake it for something else?
Uh-huh.
That's what they look like.
Okay, all right. Well, with that,
I'm not going to explain you what it is. Just
moving right along. Oh, sorry, I asked.
They look like baby Ruth bars in the swimming pool.
All right, so why don't we dive into it, guys? In the interest of time, I thought before we got started, I'd kind of start off with a couple of questions, just to kind of level set and make sure that we're kind of tracking to the right thing. I think any conversation with Azure Stack really, it almost immediately goes to really two different things. Why Azure Stack? What is it designed to solve? And then why HPE and Azure Stack? So I thought that was kind of what we would spend our time talking about today. I went slide light today. Given the audience, I'm figuring we'll get a bunch of questions, so I'm hoping to have a lively interactive session here. But I did think it would probably be useful just to kind of level set and kind of set up the conversation with just a few. So any conversation around Azure Stack, it really starts around, why hybrid cloud to begin with. And again, given the audience, I'm not going to waste everybody's time talking about that. I think we're all well acquainted with why it is in the first place. But again, from Microsoft's point of view, from the Azure Stack point of view, it really comes down to, all of your quintessential arguments in favor of cloud and hybrid cloud in the first place, right? Making IT more flexible and responsible to the needs of the business. Making sure applications can be flexible as well. And then finally, understanding the limitations and the constraints that real-world data centers face around cloud, movement to cloud, and sometimes the inability to move to cloud as quickly as they would like. So the first thing that Azure Stack really solves for, that we like to talk about, is that cloud is a model and it's not just a place, right? And I get this question pretty much every time I talk to customers. I'm sure you do too. Well, when is everybody going to move to cloud? Or does this replace cloud? And then immediately the question becomes, well, maybe. What do you mean by cloud, right? Could be public, could be private, could be hybrid. And on top of that, there's just a ton of different use cases and workloads that you need to comprehend on top of that, right? So Microsoft has recently started kind of using some of the same language we have for many, many years now around hybrid cloud, and that is things like your right mix and what is the particular set point between public and private and hybrid cloud that a particular customer might need given their individual business requirements. They've actually come up, to their credit, they have recognized that it really is not about movement to public cloud. It's really moving to a cloud operating model at the customer's pace and in the according to the customer's constraints and requirements. We call it your right mix. They have taken basically the location requirement out of cloud. If you talk to some of their competitors, if you listen to some of their competitors, you kind of hear a lot of times, whatever the question is, the answer is always public cloud. And again, with the advent of Azure Stack, Microsoft has essentially taken location off of the table to the point where we can go to customers and say, you know what if it didn't matter where you ran your cloud workloads? What if it was truly independent? You could run it public, you could run it private, they would operate in the same model, right? So it's this notion of location independence that is really powerful about Azure Stack. Questions so far? All good? All right. And then obviously, there's all the financial considerations here too, right? I think this has already been well tread as well. So, but again, if we're going to talk about why Azure Stack, we have to understand, how we got here. The financial components of this are, obviously what's driving a lot of customers to adopt these models. If it was just for, grins and giggles, there wouldn't really be a lot of reason to do it, right? There's got to be a monetary, there's got to be a financial aspect of this, and there's got to be value in it for the organizations. But if it's so compelling, right? Why doesn't everybody do it? Well, it's because it's really, really hard. Turns out, right? We at HPE have been doing this for a long, long time with products like Cloud System and Healy and OpenStack, and we recognize, as well as a lot of our customers, and I'm sure everybody in this room as well, that it is not a trivial undertaking to launch a private cloud or a hybrid cloud that is successful. Beyond just the technology, there's also people problems, there's cultural challenges. So these are not undertakings to be done lightly. So again, back to kind of Microsoft's observations here. What they recognize is that location is important, and location represents a significant inhibitor, and thus represents an opportunity in the marketplace. But simplicity offers a significant opportunity for adoption as well. If we can make this simpler for organizations to adopt and to use and to operate, there's a significant opportunity for Azure Stack to be successful in the marketplace. So the idea is that no matter where your Azure applications run, it uses the same model. You can think of Azure Stack as a microcosm of Azure public cloud. Part of that is aspirational. I think everybody understands that the catalog is not one-to-one yet, but Microsoft has made no secret of the fact that that is where they would like it to go. They want to have much closer alignment between their public catalog and their private catalog.
Now, their private catalog is a subset of their public catalog.
That's correct.
Right?
That's correct.
It always will be.
Yeah, it always will be, but there aren't any other services. It's a strict subset.
Right. In other words, there will not be any services that are on Azure Stack that are on Azure Public, but there will be services on Azure Public that are not on Azure Stack.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. I think the most obvious example are things like machine learning. Does that really make sense in an Azure Stack kind of environment? Probably not. Right.
Not yet.
Not yet. Right. Yeah. A lot of these things are time sensitive. Yes. Right. Exactly. So that kind of answers the question around, what is Azure Stack? What is it for? What does it do? Why would an organization think about it? And then the other part of the question usually goes pretty quickly to, well, all right, great, I understand Azure Stack. why HPE on Azure Stack, right? What's the differentiation there? So we got a couple of things that we've been working on. One of the things we really are trying hard to kind of help the market understand is that because it is offered as a packaged solution, that is actually to the customer's benefit. There was a lot of kind of angst, a lot of confusion when Microsoft first announced this. And the easiest way that we've come up to explain this is that it really removes variables, both on the development side as well as on the production and the implementation side. We've been selling solutions for a long, long time, and we're pretty experienced with this. We understand that selling a packaged solution, while sometimes has some constraints along with it, we work to minimize those as much as possible. What it really does is focus the organization and the receiving customer on the things that they care most about in their business, and that is, adding operational flexibility, making sure that they can drive actual business value, rather than trying to bolt together all of the individual giblets of a solution that that'll make it work, right? So it gets them out of the business of the erector set kind of approach and allows them to start delivering services to the business much, much sooner than they would be able to otherwise. In addition to that, and we'll get into a little more detail here in just a bit, we also, because we're selling this as a solution, we're able to curate all of the support components of that as well. So again, it removes the individual components of firmware, software for every bits in the stack, which significantly simplifies the support model as well.
I haven't heard about how they finally ended up with that. I guess I'll hear maybe in a couple of weeks on the build. But do you know, have they moved away from the model where when they do upgrades, instead of doing patches, they're essentially replacing the whole Azure stack?
On the TP3 build?
Yeah, I don't know I know in the prior builds that was the intent, was instead of doing patches like traditional Microsoft products are.
The patch was the entire software
The patch was
stuff.
basically a complete reinstall of it, which to the user doesn't matter.
I would say it matters in a couple of cases, right? It matters. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. It would in a couple of corner cases, but it's more predictable. So it's a balance, right? It's more predictable instead of the patches that potentially break something along the way.
I would say it kind of shifts the complexity from one side to the other. I'm always hesitant to use the term corner, right? Because you're in the corner, it's no longer a corner case anymore, right? If your bandwidth requirements are low, for example.
But do you know how they ultimately?
Yeah, I can tell you right now, it's exactly the way you describe it. So as of right now, they're basically doing just kind of full up rebuilds. But long term, yeah, it's going to be they'll be shipping just the deltas, and then a little bit further than that is going to be an integrated software, firmware kind of patching system. So all of the promise that the patch and update program had with Azure Pack, we think is going to actually will get landed here. But yeah, good question.
Before we leave sort of the last slide, why HPE and Azure Stack? How integrated on a pricing basis are you all with Microsoft, in that if I'm a consumer of this in an enterprise and I see what it's going to cost me to be in the public Azure cloud, I'm going to factor among all these other qualitative and technical form, function, requirements, issues, total cost. And you all are providing the hardware and the platform and the services. Rather than I have to buy that and then have an apples and oranges comparison, is there a way that you and Microsoft will work together on either a lease or a you rent it, or you? Seriously, I'm getting out in front of where you were going.
No, actually, I'm really happy because it was a perfect segue.
Okay.
That's exactly where I was going.
So that instead of my buying from HP and then integrating with Microsoft, and that I just pay one entity, one thing, maybe on a per use basis for Azure Stack.
Do I write the check to you now, Dana? Or do
So I don't know how many of you, I'm assuming some of you were at the Airlift event last week. If not, I'm sure everybody kind of followed it. But that was one of the things, one of our key takeaways. In terms of our packaging strategy and the way we plan to go to market with this particular offer, we actually feel pretty confident that we're right in line with some of the things that you were just talking about. So we're looking at differentiation, not just around the hardware, but in some of our financial tools, right? So how do I go and buy this? Especially given Microsoft's newest constraint around not being able to do expansions for the short to midterm, 8 months, or I think is what VJ said. So could we use our financial tools, HPE Financial Services, to allow customers to purchase on an installment basis, right? Are there opportunities down the road for things like flex capacity? So we're looking at those pretty seriously. A lot of this is kind of timescale dependent, depending on how Microsoft can scale out the definition. But we definitely think there's an opportunity, at least in the short to midterm, for things like some financing tools to allow customers to maybe, if they know they're going to go to 12 nodes, for example, maybe they can pay 4, 4, and 4 and still have access to a full system and kind of work around that node scaling limitation.
So 12 nodes is the max?
12 nodes is the max.
Is that going to increase at some point?
It will increase at some point.
Okay, that's good. Because that's not very big.
No, it's not.
Okay.
But I will also mention that's also not an HPE limitation. That's a Microsoft. It's an Azure Stack limitation.
Yeah, there's the backstory for that is because Azure Stack is essentially, they started with the full-on Azure, but the full-on Azure minimum footprint is something like 30 racks or something. It's some
That'd be a
huge
lot.
amount.
880
right?
servers, I think.
The problem is when you take that kind of footprint and you start to whittle it down, what happens is you have so much overhead to be able to have the minimum cluster. It's like the equivalent of having a 3-node cluster where 2 of the nodes are just to run Azure Stack. And so one of the challenges they had early on was how do we start to make it more efficient to be able to do it, but then as you scale, you run into other challenges, and that's where some of the limitations come about.
So I'm thinking about the other 2 stacks I saw back at Ignite. A little bit more detail on HPE's unique differentiation and advantage here.
Yes, so that's the whole point of this slide. So we already talked about some of the financial tools that we're looking into. One of the other things that we noticed is there seems to be a lot more prescriptive guide, or a lot more of a prescriptive approach on the part of our competition. Small, medium, large, very limited fixed configurations. We're actually taking a bit of a different approach here. We're kind of taking the liberal end of an appliance definition, such that we're giving customers multiple choices around things like CPU and memory and storage, for example, right? We're also allowing customers to choose any number of nodes they want between the minimum and the maximum. It's not 4, 8, and 12, right? If you want to buy a 7-node cluster from us, great, happy to do it, no problem. We'll ship it out. You want to buy a rack from us? Okay, great. Don't want to buy a rack from us? Okay, that's fine too. You can either ship us yours, or we can put it in what we call a virtual rack in the factory, and then de-rack it, and then ship out the components, and then you can put it in your own infrastructure. We think that's going to be especially powerful for some of our service provider customers.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot.
Go ahead.
So just following up on a larger picture impact that this has on the quote-unquote private cloud market, one of the sort of negative observations of like a financial analyst is you guys in the private cloud business are just going to be selling low margin hardware, and it's going to be commoditized, and you're on a race to the bottom. So why should I buy your lousy stock? But if this pricing parity comes out, you guys might have a pricing model where you'd sell the private stack, but it can't be too much cheaper than the public offering, where people would all go private. There has to be some reasonable, close approach to what you price in a private setting, in a public setting, and it will take people a while to tease that out and figure it out. But that means that the cheaper you can produce it and integrate it yourselves, the more margin is left over if you're having to keep the total cost of ownership in parity with the public side.
Yeah, I think it kind of comes down to what your notion of value is. I mean, could HPE produce hardware cheaper than they currently do? Absolutely. Historically, that has not been the business that we're in. and actually I come from the server side of the business, so I could talk all day about this. We are in what we call our hardware is industry standard, but it's not commodity. And there's a very important difference between the two, right? Salt is a commodity, right? Morton probably invests close to zero in terms of innovation in their salt business. While an industry standard product is designed to interoperate with other products, there's still room for things like value add. I'll give you a couple of examples. Every single hard drive that comes through an HPE factory before it goes out to a customer gets unboxed from their original vendors, gets tested, burned in, loaded up with custom firmware, and then gets shipped out to customers. Why does anybody care about that? Well, it's important because we can catch all the initial fallout, all the initial failures. So customers are only exposed to half of the bathtub graph, for example. Go ahead.
I'm not disputing the value of your offerings. What I'm saying is that you actually have a potential here of doing away with that concept of low margin, because your margin is now based on the parity to the public offering.
Got it.
And so then you and Microsoft together, but probably you more than them, will be taking a lot more chunk of margin off of this business, so that you're not in a low margin business if you package it in such a way that it's a pay per use lease or some other factor.
Taking it away from public cloud?
Taking it away from selling hardware at all and selling a public cloud package at a per use perhaps basis, now with chunks and different.
Well, and that's actually one reason why I was going in the.
That would be hard, because you're kind of comparing apples to oranges in a way, because there are a couple of factors that are in there. I mean, public cloud, you've got massive scale, so there's an advantage there. There's a custom equivalent of an operating system that runs in there, which is able to take care of a lot of the redundancy and failure rates. So even though an individual and enterprise gets value from the work that you do on the hard drives, as a public cloud provider, I care less about that, because I've essentially built that intelligence and software so I can handle more failures than normal. So I kind of offset the risk, the mean time between failure risk.
I think you're missing the point of, because you're working with Microsoft and they can price their public cloud offerings, and you're working with Microsoft on the private stack, that there's a lot better business to be had.
So I'm actually trying to strike a balance between the two of you. What I'm suggesting is we do the extra work up front, because at smaller instance sizes, you do definitely care about that, because your tolerance for failure is less. So we're allowing them to operate more like a larger instance, because we've done some of the work on the back end. However, we do work with Microsoft in as much as the solution development is concerned. Now, they obviously wholly own the pricing for the individual services, right? But we can offer things like a tier 2 cloud service provider. We're the only one of the 3 partners that are going to be able to do that. So for customers who want to have a single throat to choke for the entire solution, right? That's another point of our differentiation. We can do that. So a customer would be able to pick up the phone, call a single number for the entire solution, whether they're having trouble with core Azure Stack, whether they're having trouble with the underlying infrastructure, it doesn't matter. And which also means that we can do the direct billing as well. So we can send them a single bill for the entire ball of wax.
I guess the only conclusion I was trying to get some agreement on is that this could be a more lucrative business for you than selling your hardware with a OpenStack into a pure hybrid cloud market.
Yeah, it could be. You're right. And to be honest with you, we're working through some of that. We also have to thread the needle a little bit carefully, because we also sell to tier 2 service providers, so we don't want to give an impression that we're competing with them either.
Good luck with that.
I mean, the other piece of that is that, correct me if I'm wrong, unless something's changed, only 3 hardware providers are going out of the gate with configurations for Azure Stack.
That's correct. Cisco is going to be a fast follower, but they're going to be out
but it's
beyond.
It's you, Lenovo, and
Dell EMC.
That's right.
Yep.
So and part of that was because, again, maybe a little more context to Azure Stack, but in the early days, when they tried to do the do-it-yourself, and this is the core reason why Azure Stack was delayed. It was supposed to ship last year, but now it's shipping this summer. One of the core issues that they were running into was there was so much variability in the configurations that customers were working with, that the roll-it-your-own, do-it-yourself hardware infrastructure they were running into just way too many problems of trying to get it up and running successfully. And
Just
they said,
like their businesses and other lines that had trouble for the past 20 years.
right. So the idea that Microsoft, this is not me, this is Microsoft, but what they're saying is we want to go out of the gate with a predictable outcome for customers. So we partner with HP, Lenovo, Dell, specific configurations, Azure Stack. That way the customer gets a predictable outcome to start out with. But the intent is to get back to a point where any hardware you want to run on it, you want to run commodity hardware with Azure Stack, do it yourself, you'll be able to do. But that's not, I mean, there are a couple dots that have to be connected.
You want to make them an offer that would defer them from wanting to go in that direction unless it's a hugely exceptional market, I would think.
I think long term, you may see, to Tim's point, I think you're going to see them relaxing the definition of hardware that's acceptable to run Azure Stack on top of. However, I mean, if you actually start digging into some of the services, right, there are kind of defined boxes, right, for where this fits. So I'll give you an example. So one of the things that we think is going to be unique to our value as well is we can actually make recommendations on configurations based on, give us the number of VMs. I'm making, stuff up at this point, but bring us the number of VMs you want, give us the definition. That's going to be D1, and I want to service 450 Azure Stack VMs to begin with. We can actually give you a recommendation on the processor type and the rest of your configuration based on that. Right.
Of course, a much larger percentage of your total cost over time is not your upfront cost.
That's correct.
It's the operating cost.
It's going to be the Azure Stack services. That's right.
Provider, Lenovo, Dell, HPE, that can automate this and make it running with machine learning intelligence driven back into the equation.
So we can optimize that going forward, you're right. But from a customer point of view, we are not going to be the lion's share of the total cost of ownership, right? Most of that's going to flow to the Microsoft services, the Azure services.
Sorry, Dean. Go ahead. The license cost for Azure Stack goes directly to Microsoft, right? It comes under the EA.
So nominally, the license cost for Azure Stack is $0. It's all paid by the slice.
Yeah, but I in terms of the flow of dollars, I don't pay HPE for that as a customer. I do that through my EA with Microsoft.
You're 90% right. The only reason I say you're not 100 is because if you were to choose HPE as the service provider of record, then you would actually be sending the bill to us for the usage. But then we would be responsible for then turning around and kicking back the Azure Stack operational cost to Microsoft. So from a customer point of view, it all comes down to who their cloud service provider of record is, whether it's Microsoft or a third party or HPE.
So you made a statement earlier among the three vendors, you were the only ones doing tier 2 service support?
Correct.
Okay.
Tier 2 CSP is the technical term for it, yeah.
So between things like that and things like synergy and things like bringing more intelligence to bear, software defined, making these acquisitions, you should be able to produce a more compelling private cloud Azure Stack story than anyone else on the map.
We're feeling, thank you again for that. We're feeling pretty good about it. Like I said, based on our configuration flexibility, based on the fact that we're building in the enterprise class versions of OneView and IRS, right? We feel pretty solid about it. And then when you build on top of that, our stable of software like ArcSight and Secure Data and OpsBridge, and yes, they're being spun out, but there's still an affinity there. We're working very hard with those teams. It's not just a matter of landing Azure Stack, right? That's kind of like your day zero task. If you really want to be successful with this, right, you have to comprehend the entire ecosystem. So like I said, we feel like we're very well positioned to have that conversation.
It took a bit of thinking to get us there too, but I think we've got, to Aaron's point, I think we've got a really good story coming out of Gate. And I think it gets better over time too.
Yeah, I agree with that. You seem to be almost reluctant to come out and say it, or to even hype it a little bit. It seems to me, if I were you, I'd be telling the financial analysts that there's a pretty good business in supplying hardware to a private.
Maybe it's just my nature. I tend to be cautiously optimistic.
I'd be telling the industry analysts that, yeah, we've got all the pieces in place to be able to do this better by far than the competition, because we've got a fuller operational cost and complexity managed story.
You may have mentioned this before, but what's going to be HPE's financial model in this? Is it going to be a CapEx or an OpEx play?
Well, that gets back into some of the financial tools that we were talking about earlier. We could do either one. So if the customer just wants to, pay up front for it, obviously we can collect that check. If they want to work with us in our financial services arm, we can translate that into a lease purchase.
Yeah.
And like I said, down the road.
Or will it be real cloud?
No, it's not real cloud.
Right.
What do you mean by real cloud?
It's CapEx or creative financing.
Got it. Okay, so
Yeah,
basically,
it's not OpEx.
someone is buying the hardware.
On down the road, though, once we get into flex capacity conversations, that they are structured like OpEx. So we
once
you've
you've learned,
like OpEx, but OpEx basically would mean I
pay what you use.
I pay what I use.
That's
but,
correct.
But then I also don't get into all of the contractual pieces that you'd have with the creative financing.
That's correct. But like I said, I mean, we construct flex capacity. Flex capacity is a bit of a separate thing. We're talking to them. We're investigating that right now. The thing to understand about flex capacity is it operates at a much larger kind of operating size. So 4 to 12 nodes, you don't really get to the economies of scale with flex cap. So on down the road, right, flex capacity will be interesting for this. But flex capacity is structured so that, especially if we are the CSP of record, we could actually send a single bill for the entire service. And then we're responsible for paying Microsoft for the Azure stack portion.
There's nothing particularly special about the hardware that you're buying. This is to put boxes, right?
Our hardware is special.
Asking a server guy.
Former, I'm doing better now.
Maybe I shouldn't say, but that was poor.
Special relative to HPE's portfolio of servers, which are high class and
this
beyond
is not
anyone else's.
differentiated hardware, so this is a way to.
It's differentiated.
It is
But they're industry standard.
Well, yeah, but I know
that was a whole conversation we were having about.
Differentiator. I kind of agree with what you're saying, and this is my take, and Aaron will probably take that side and beat me because he loves his server. But when you think about it, you have almost like white box servers. Lenovo, Dell, Cisco, and
right.
HP. This differentiates it. This differentiates it. The financing differentiates it. I would argue that it's actually an operating, has nothing.
Well, if you lease it, if you lease it the right way, it becomes an operational expense.
Right. You lease up
wrong
to
way,
the threshold and then you pay for use over.
But you're not. It's still not usage based. It's a financing play.
It's a creative financing play.
That's totally understand.
I'm just saying.
All right.
It's not wrong.
Perspective,
I'm not
creative
wrong. I don't think
financing.
it's wrong. I think it's a good thing.
It doesn't come out of my OpEx budget. That's what ultimately matters.
Okay.
We can talk about it till the cows come home. But the reality is, if the creative financing comes out of my CapEx budget, it doesn't come out of my OpEx budget.
Chris,
So that's
Chris,
what ultimately
we should
matters.
probably take an action because I'm not a financial expert here, right? So we don't have the right people in the room for this.
Yeah.
But we probably should set up a flex capacity discussion just so you understand, because the way we sell it and the way I understand it, we actually sell it as an OpEx.
Thank you.
Right, the way it is actually structured, it can't come out of an OpEx budget.
If you do it as is it still a lease though?
It is. I don't want to lie to you.
No,
like I
but
said, let's get a financial expert
what
here.
type of financing you go through? If you go through flex capacity, you're paying for what you're using. Is that a lease?
No, I'm not. Well, it depends.
If you buy it another way, you could be actually just lease. You could be renting or leasing out what you're using.
Right.
There's a variety of different operating. I worry that we throw it all in together and it's like, okay, go pick which one. But there are different models within that financing option.
So honestly, I don't think this is going to make or break a customer's decision.
No.
I think you were just asking from a clarification standpoint.
And I'm also just wondering, this is an awesome server. I want to say that first. Is it different than any other DL?
Can't win.
Is it different than any other DL 380 server that you're selling?
No, and actually we're pointing to that as a benefit too,
That's
right? We're not creating snowflakes here.
Okay, got it.
So it's not a separate SKU, or
it'll be a separate SKU, but it's the same DL 380 that the customer could buy.
There's no simplicity under the covers.
I can a stack of DL 380s that I just bought last month. I could use those to.
You could not, because they are sold as an individual or as a package solution.
Microsoft won't sell Azure Stack to him.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
At least not initially.
It would be the Uber of cloud computing. Drive your own little data center.
That's right.
Right. But at the base level, all of the stacks for Microsoft's support requirements
will have essentially the same Intel builds. I mean,
So they're working with us. We all have our own individual dev teams and our own builds, right? Because there are significant differences when you get down to the granular, like IRS, IMC,
So there's an
ILO,
Azure stack
all those things.
There's some support differences, Chuck, got it, right? But it's the same generation of Intel processors.
Correct.
Yeah, so they're minimizing some of the variables.
Correct.
Right, yeah.
Right. And to your point, that's actually why they won't let you buy your own stack of DL380s and go run with it.
Yeah.
I think what I was getting at, I mean, could you,
Yeah.
ultimately, this could run on Synergy or something else?
Ultimately, yes.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question. So I asked this once before, but where does Synergy fit into this?
We are investigating our options with regard to Synergy. It's a roadmap discussion. Nothing is committed, but we're at the very beginning of those conversations. Right? I know earlier today you had at least one Synergy discussion, right? Yeah. Okay. So we're trying to figure out what the path is for Synergy, just to be completely frank with you.
I would say there's more restrictions on Microsoft than there are on HPE.
Synergy could be really interesting, but I'll give you an example. Does the image streamer really make sense in an Azure Stack kind of environment? You know, exactly. So
Azure Stack would sit between the image stream and the hardware. It'd be weird.
Yeah, you got it.
But come to discover.
You could fork, and that's in the best possible use of that word, Synergy in such a way that it's optimized for Azure.
We could fork the hardware. Yeah, we could fork the software. Yes. We're investigating it.
That would be
Say no more.
difficult. Sorry, try.
All right, no problem. All right, so again, to kind of bring this all to ground, like I said, we're really excited. We think that Microsoft's messages actually dovetail pretty nicely with our own. We've been saying for a long, long time, it's really not about public or private cloud. It's really about allowing organizations to kind of set their ideal mix, and that usually is somewhere in between those two points. Azure Stack has really kind of come to the realization that if we make it easy to operate and easy to install and own, then customers can kind of pick that much easier, right? It becomes kind of I don't care anymore where Azure Stack runs. I'm just running on Azure Stack, and I can kind of make a game time decision where my application operates based on any number of parameters. So I think that's pretty much it for my prepared comments. Any other questions? Really great discussion, though, by the way. How are we doing on time, Chris?
There is plenty of time.
Uh-oh.
But that's fine, because we've just raced through everything, and this might be a good time. If you feel like you come to a close, I'm sure we could use a few minutes just to refresh. So don't feel like you have to fill up.
I have another question. So oftentimes, when you talk to people about moving or changing anything about their Microsoft installation, they say, but I can still run SharePoint, Exchange, and all those apps that we built over the years from client server through web. They'll all work, right? Because if you take any of those apps away, I have to stop you. I'm not letting you upgrade the infrastructure. So Microsoft's really important task with Azure Stack is to allow them to have that app portability, for lack of a better word, but also get them into a cloud environment where ultimately they can get them to Azure public cloud, if that makes sense. Do you feel confident as a partner that's reaching its mandate, or the requirements on the apps are there? Because if that doesn't work, then none of this is all academic, because if people don't move tremendous amounts of these apps into this, then it's going to be just sidelined, and the cloud native stuff will just go directly to the public and not to the private.
So you hit on a really important point. I'm kind of glad you brought it up. And that's really the difference between infrastructure, which is kind of what we've been talking about up until now, versus applications and workloads. It's where the customers occupy, right? I think this is another area where we're doing a lot of work, and we feel pretty good relative to the competition, because we are engaged with our tech marketing team. I think we have about 20 different white papers that we're working on to help customers bridge that gap. I'm sure everybody in this room has seen kind of the catalog that Azure Stack is planning to launch with on day one. So a lot of that is going to be threading the needle initially. That'll get easier over time because as that catalog gets more comprehensive, it'll be easier to move more workloads. But to your point, our strong objective is going to be helping customers bridge that transition. And we think that things like ArcSight and OpsBridge will help with that. We also think that things like white papers and sample workloads are really going to help with that as well.
Is that something?
I just a thought there. You know, one thing to consider when you have those conversations that I find is that if a customer is not already thinking about moving just fundamental services like that to cloud, I mean, quite honestly, things like Azure Stack, number one, are going to be really hard to get across the finish line because they're obviously not sold on cloud for some reason, unless they have a very specific, I'll say it, corner case, very specific reason other than I just want to hold on to it, I don't trust cloud. So it's going to be an uphill battle, and I think you then have to ask yourself, is putting Azure Stack in place, is that just adding kind of more harm and convolution to their existing stack? I guess what I'm getting at is there's a more fundamental problem that has nothing to do with technology in companies like that.
Right.
There's a culture that is broken that needs to be updated.
Right.
And until that really gets addressed, even if they are interested in Azure Stack and moving Exchange and SharePoint across, I think you're just asking for trouble.
Well, it was my understanding in talking with Microsoft that they're trying to create a path for those types of companies who might be reluctant to go to the public cloud, so that this needs to be able to do that. Otherwise, it's not a successful undertaking at significant global scale, which is pretty important for Microsoft.
So you and I were both the same workshop, a year ago in Redmond?
Right.
And there were some things that came up in that workshop that I pulled Rasinovich aside and said, hey, this would be a good opportunity to clarify, because I think some folks, it wasn't you, a couple other questions that other analysts had brought up from some of the major firms. I think they're really off base. They're not in touch with what the customer is really doing. And there was an opportunity to correct it, and the opportunity was not taken on behalf of Microsoft. And so I think there are some misnomers about that. Like, for example, take Exchange. You wouldn't do, unless you had a very specific use case, you wouldn't do Exchange to Azure Stack to running it on Azure.
That wasn't the best example. I was thinking of mindset, but you're right.
But there are people that they don't want to give up Exchange.
Or they're worried about disrupting their end users and losing their jobs.
Right. And it's a reality. It's just the reality. Let's just call it what it is. And so I just caution that, there are times when you look at this, and I look at this in my business, but there are times when I'll run into a client and I'll kind of poke a few things and I'll go, you know what, this is not a good client for me. They've got to feel the pain first before they're ready for help. But I don't think that says that private cloud is not ready for prime time. I just don't think we have necessarily laid out the path so people can see how they can, where it fits in appropriately.
Fair enough.
So just a bit of thought there.
All right.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then,
Thanks so much.
no other questions. I'll turn it back over.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so